Now, Sir Ivan, if you will press this switch over, when I say now, that will open our station. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, now. Thank you very much.
So, good evening, welcome everybody. So, first of all, I'd done the wrong banner. I'd done the wrong intro. I did the sensible intro, and I don't normally do the sensible intro when I have a guest.
Mm-hmm.
How are you?
I'm all right, thank you. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm a bit screwed up at the moment because obviously, as I said yesterday, I'm doing the hand talking thing today. I've just noticed. Obviously, I'm trying to switch my brain over from day shift to night shift, and I went to bed really late yesterday. Got up a bit. Well, I say I got up a bit late this morning. I got up about 8 o'clock this morning. I went back to bed about 12ish. I had a bit of breakfast. I think I overindulged in breakfast. Felt a bit ill, and I woke up about 5:30. So I'm a bit screwed up. But I didn't get a chance to go out to the shops, so I've kind of semi-failed you all, guys. I didn't get any PVA glue, and I've lost my brush, so I'm not going to be able to PVA seal today, for which I really do apologise. I can still finalise my diamond painting. I can get all the drills sorted out and fill in all the spare ones. But I got PVA, and I'm a little bit worried. Let me tell you why. I cannot find my Mod Podge brush. I have looked at the price of a new brush, which is about £5, but I found a multiple set of them for about £6. I think you get about 8 of them. Now, if it's a case of the Mod Podge brush is overpriced because it's got the word Mod Podge written on it, you know what it's like. We get this a lot with modeling tools. If you buy Tamiya products, they're very expensive. They're good products, but they're very expensive because they're Tamiya. And then you buy a model and it says you must buy Tamiya products. And some people go out and buy Tamiya products because they're told to. And obviously with Mod Podge, it says to use Mod Podge, use the Mod Podge brush. And a lot of people will buy it. On the other hand, are these other brushes really, really cheap because they're cheap? So I'm a little touch worried, but I think it's worth spending the £6 on. And what I find with cheap brushes, cheap paint brushes, if you buy really dirty, cheap ones, the bristles fall out.
Fall out, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm taking a bit of a gamble with these brushes. They look like the Mod Podge ones. But they're about 1/6 of the price. Well, about 1/5 of the price because they're just slightly more expensive, but you get 6 of them. So they're about 1/5, about 20% of the cost. So, but they're coming tomorrow, and I'm not going to be able to use them until Wednesday. So what I might do is if they come tomorrow afternoon, I've got a little bit of the old diamond paint, and I might just cut a little bit off and I might just seal that. But today I'm going to... Now, also, because obviously I've got a lodger to look after, and you guys witnessed it. I said I was going to do chilling because I wasn't able to get out. I haven't bought all the stuff for the chili. So I've done a little bit of a cop out, and I've gone, let's have takeaway. So that's on its way. So I'm afraid I will be having a spot to eat at about 15 to 30 minutes time. But this show is a little bit about chit chat anyway. I'll do a very, very quick catch up. So first comment of the day goes to Kenneth. Hello and afternoon, everyone from Atlanta, Georgia. How are you, Kenneth? Are you
Okay.
enjoying these later streams then? Because obviously when I'm on days, I'll do an afternoon stream. Maybe I should do later streaming on the daytime. I don't know. But I do the daytime streams because it fits in better with me doing days. And then obviously when I'm on late shift, I can't do an afternoon stream, so I do a later one. I used to do them at 10 o'clock at night, which I guess would be between 3 and 4 for you in Atlanta. Does that sound about right? You're about 6 hours behind us, depending on which part of America you're in. I think it's between 7 and 5 hours behind. So, yeah, it might work better for you. But see, I did notice when I did some nighttime streams and I did some daytime streams, there's some viewers that were on the night but weren't watching the daytime. And then I've got some daytime streamers not watching the nights. So I guess it's all to do with bedtimes. Hole 24 models. Hole 24. Hole 247 models. How are you?
Hello.
So it's quite nice when I get model people coming into the stream, because I'm noticing that although today I'm doing diamond painting stuff, and another time I'll be doing part works, and another time I'll be doing models, scale models. There's a lot of skills that are crossover, which is rather nice. And then we've got Smith Speeds just come in. Hello, you lovely lot. Why do I think that was spelt wrong? I was looking at that and I'm like, I think that's spelled wrong. Yeah. And then as I read it, I'm like, no, that is correctly spelled. I think my brain's on the go. Right, so tell me all about you today, Natasha, since I've last saw you about 12 hours ago.
Not much, really. I've just done a lazy day, really.
Not last right. Nothing wrong with it.
And just cleaned the boys and girls out earlier, hoovered up from that.
Right. Is it?
But other than that, lazy day.
Them out, did you say a couple of times a week?
Yes, I try and do it a couple of times a week.
Do you do them on separate days, or do you just go, it's been 3 or 4 days since I last cleaned them?
I normally go within the 3rd day, especially with the boys.
So you may do it Saturday next week,
no,
and then Friday the week after, and
yeah, it's never the same day.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Especially with the boys, because there's more in one cage. So.
Right. And I suppose you aim to do it every 3 days, but if you do end up doing it on the 4th day, it doesn't matter. It's when you leave. It's when you leave it 3 or 4 weeks that it becomes a problem, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. So I've been busy doing them.
Dominique, I have got something. I haven't got anything for you, but because Dominique, he does. Now, Dominique is a bit like me. He is very, very good at something. In his case, he's good at painting figures. But just like me, he goes, oh, I'm not very good at them. And he's a lot better than he makes out he is. But have you seen, I might have asked you this before, and I apologize if I have. Have you seen the big 30 centimeter Medusa figure that's coming out in the new year? Because I have. And I
think the show does.
So I am excited and scared in equal parts, because I'm going to buy it and I'm going to paint it. Figure 30 centimeters. Oh, that's not it. There we are. Is that it? Right. So I'm going to show you this, and hopefully you're going to get all excited as much as I did when I saw it. So this is the Medusa figure.
Yeah, I remember you showing that. Yeah.
Do you see what I mean? Look, I'm really not good at figures. He is. He's a lot better than he makes out. Right. What's going on here? So I am really looking forward to attempting that. It's very expensive, but when you look at the detail, it's worth it. There's 2 versions. There's about £70 to £100 difference between the 2. One comes with a base, one doesn't. But that is an amazing figure. Look at the facial detail. I'm just so looking forward to doing that. But at the same time, I'm scared. I've never done anything that big. And obviously the scale is a bit different. And I'm just really worried about cocking it up. But do you know the greatest thing anyone ever taught me, the most useful tool? Because I'm like, well, what happens if I cock it all up? And someone said to me, let me teach you how to strip paint off models so you can start all over again. And I learned how to strip the paint off, and I'm like, wow. So now I'm not frightened to have a go, because if I really do screw it up, I'll just strip the paint off and it's back to how it was when I first bought it. And and I've never had to do it. I've always I've not always painted a figure to a standard that I was super happy with, but I've always painted to a standard that I'm like, okay, fair enough, I'm happy to call that done. So but yeah, it says this is how we work, right? This is how figure painters work, right? That's a figure of Medusa, who is an ugly, horrible, nasty creature, and we both agree that's really beautiful. That's our warped kind of oh wow, that's beautiful. But I don't think we're so much looking at the figure. I think we're looking. Dominic, just see if you think the same as me. Do you look at the figure, or are you looking at painting techniques? Are you breaking that down into sections? I'm looking at the skin, I'm looking at the bow, I'm looking at the hair, and I'm breaking it all down into little sections. And and I'm looking, can I do that? Can I do that? Would that be, see, I don't think the skin will be as much of a challenge for me, but I'm thinking all the hair might be. And I'm like, the fire, I can do fire. The bow is quite easy because it's wood, and I can do quite good wood. The biggest challenge for me is the scale. So forcing the highlights will be slightly different. But I'd just be interested to know what you think, because I don't buy. In fact, I want to delete that comment that says I'm really not good at figures. But you're just like me. You are better. It took me a lot of people saying, oh yeah, you're not too bad. I'm like, no, I'm not very good.
We all doubt ourselves anyway.
All do, natural. Yes.
I do it.
So anyway, we've got the usual hellos to various people as well. But yeah, that's really beautiful. I strip the paint Blue Spirit. I've not come across Blue Spirit. I use is it Surgical Spirit or alcohol based, works well on plastic. And is it, I can't remember which way around it is anymore. You've got acetone free nail polish remover, and then you've got alcohol. I mix alcohol, but it used to be Surgical Spirit. One is good for paint on metal and one is good for paint on plastic. Yes, I start thinking about how I'm going to paint in my head. Yeah, so at least I'm not abnormal with that. You know, you might see a figure, I see hair, face, body. What's going to happen when the skin meets the tail? You know, what kind of base am I going to do with it? Do I need to do anything on the base? Do I need to add anything to the base? Should I get some grass tufts? You know, that's how I think. It's like when I go into a craft shop, I do this in B&Q, and I look at stuff, and it's meant for painting and decorating, or it's meant for flower arranging, or whatever. And I'm like, oh, if I did this, that, and the other, that'd be really good. You know, it's and they might say I might go with the florist, and they, you know, those little green things that they put the plants in. They might have maybe some used ones of them, and they're getting rid of them for like 10p or something. I'm like, oh, I could use that for scenery. Cut it about a bit, and yeah, that's kind of the warped way that we work. Right, so I'm going to go camera down. So this is my bus. I'm going to give you another quick look with stealing the full view. In fact, I might be better off using as a show view. Oh, no, I've got it too low down. So what's basically happened is where the drills have been placed, maybe I've placed them just ever so slightly off the square. So there's been a bit of tight spaces in there. Some of the drills have popped. Where I've moved it from my desk over to my storage area, some drills have popped. So what I now need to do is, taking it a strip at a time, make sure all the drills are in. You can't see this, but if I run my finger across it gently, I can feel a lot of raised drills. And as I run my finger across, you can see there that one of the drills has popped. So I just need to make sure they're all in, and I need to replace any drills that have popped. You can't see what the drills are, but you can see where the drills have popped. If I turn that off, the light pad, you can't really see it, but now can you see all those little sparkles?
Yeah.
That's just where all the drills have popped. So I've got the boring job. The alternative is to do this as I go. You know, obviously, once I've finished one bit, I can recheck. And what I tend to find has happened, the bit along the bottom, which is not on camera at the moment, is actually pretty much down there perfect. So obviously all of these pops has to do with my skill and expertise at the time. And then as I've progressed down to about halfway, I've got a little bit more back into the swing of things. Because the bottom is a lot better in that sense than the top. So all I need to do now is find out where the hell my cheat sheet is. Although I don't really... Oh, hang on. Bear with me a sec, guys. Food has arrived. Food fee.
That is one long doorbell.
Sorry, I'm letting you walk all the way upstairs.
See, I can't show you the girlies because they are in bed. Or the boys. Can't say girlies no more because I've got boys and girls. And I've stopped checking on them. Let me get this clip down here because it's doing me nothing. Doing me nothing. Okay, that's not going to happen then.
Sorry, guys.
It's alright.
That poor delivery guy, they didn't put a lid on the drink. Look. So he's had to carry it like that.
Bloody hell.
Poor, he said, that's all right. I said, oh, you poor thing. Right, so I'm going to have to switch to this camera mode. So I'm just going to run to the kitchen. I forgot to put a note, please don't put ice in the drink.
Ah. I don't have ice in my drink. Sevens. Seven. Dream of sevens.
Of course, now I'm committing the cardinal sin, and I'm having a spillable drink on my craft table.
Well, you'll have to be careful with that one, won't you?
Yeah. Trouble is, I'm going to have to put the drink where I put my coffee, which means I'm going to have to put my coffee somewhere else. Oh, something just dropped over. Right. So I'm going to pop a bit of polystyrene down on the diamond paint so I can eat the dinner. So I do apologise. That's not bad, actually. I ordered what they call a small appetite sausage and chips. And it's come out, well, to give you an idea of my appetite, it's come out as a portion size that I would describe as I'm hungry. So, yeah. But I'm not a big chip fan. I'll only eat about half the chips anyway. Oh, sorry, I got the whole camera.
It's all right.
Sorry.
Do what you got. Because you was working on the picture, weren't you, to start off with?
Yeah, so we're going to have to sort of entertain you now. We might have to see what you're doing.
See what I'm doing. I'm trying to show you.
Right. Dominic says, I was live at Scale Models for Vets this weekend and I painted a D&D figure that is Warhammer scale. Yeah, I've painted, most of my painting is Warhammer or for Warhammer. So that's the scale I'm used to painting. Like I show you this little dude a lot. It's only because he's to hand, but that kind of scale. I can't show you very well on that camera, but he's what's he called? A skull collector or something? Skull taker. Absolutely love him. This is one of my early figures. V, your fish and chips is on the roundabout where the microwave is. You'll love these chips. They're really good. Oh, quite often, a lot of fish and chip shops I find, they do good fish or good chips, but not both at the same time. And this shop,
I noticed that one.
Yeah. But I went there once. It was Friday night. I was hungry, and I just thought I'm having fish and chips, and I really didn't care what they were like. And I got home, and I'm like, oh, these are really nice. Nice bit of fish and nice bit of. But I'm in a sausage mood today. So, but yeah. So yeah, that's the scale that I'm used to painting. So this Medusa will be a new challenge. The actual painting won't be a challenge, so it won't be any more or less of a challenge. It's the pushing the highlights for that scale. Smith B says, spillable drink on craft table. What could possibly go wrong?
No idea.
No.
I can't think of one thing that can go wrong with that.
No, but I've ordered, just to give it a try, and I know this is overpriced, bubble tea, strawberry flavoured bubble tea with strawberry, I forget what they call, but I just assumed they were the little bubbles at the bottom, but I don't know if you can see them, but it's basically a red liquid with some frog spawn at the bottom.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
They're nice. I remember the first time I ever had this bubble tea. It was from some place run by Chinese people. And I said, I'll give it a try. And it was about £4 for a cupful, which is a lot of money. I mean, it's actually cheaper. It's cheaper to buy heavily taxed alcohol than it is to buy bubble tea. But it's quite nice. But apparently these balls are made out of rice or something. They're just like, I don't know, some kind of rice that absorbs a hell of a lot of moisture. So
never tried it.
It's worth trying. I think it's worth trying. It's different, but I mean, to be honest with you, the best teas I think are probably more like lemon or peach flavour. But you do get a shock when you think, I'll get some of the liquid, and then a couple of the bubbles come up. So you're not. So it's kind of eating, drinking. If that makes any sense whatsoever.
Probably not to my head.
So I'm going to be a bit annoying. I'm going to put Natasha on full screen.
Oh, lovely.
I don't know how I feel about eating on stream.
So
No,
you
it's
hide
like
yourself.
well, it's like, for example, Paul ISM.
Yeah.
He'll eat his lunch on stream, but he starts his stream like 10 o'clock in the morning, and he goes right through till about 2 or 3 in the afternoon.
Wow,
So
long time.
his stream time coincides with lunchtime.
Yeah.
But what helps with him is he's got other people on the stream. So you're not just watching him, you're watching a combo of other people. But I mean, I haven't been streaming like half an hour. And I'm not streaming me having lunch. So it's kind of, you know what I mean? So
Well, I'm now working on the above of my head.
You know, working on what? On your head?
Above of my head.
Above your head?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when did you say you were getting that lovely table?
Wednesday.
Wednesday. What, morning,
I don't know what
afternoon,
time
evening?
Wednesday. I have no idea what time. I'm hoping it's early in the day.
So do I, because I'm hoping that you're going to be streaming with me on Wednesday.
Yeah, well, I'll have to stay in anyway.
Otherwise, it's going to be called the Penny and Table Delivery Show. And now, live from somewhere else in England, we have 2 workmen delivering a table.
It would be a funny one, wouldn't it?
That'd be great.
But you never know, because I don't know what time it's going to be delivered.
Is it morning, evening, afternoon delivery, or is it just a Monday?
Don't know. It's
delivery?
however they do their deliveries, I guess. So it's one of them. So it could come when we're live, and they ring me. So if I disappear, you know, I've answered my phone to them.
I was going to say, do you get a call before, like, oh, hello, we've just done
I have requested it, yeah, because I've got no doorbell.
Right.
So I have requested them to ring me.
I quite like that drink, actually. I might have to go and find out what it costs me.
I just don't get the chair one right now. My chair that I
really spend that much. I need a reality check. That costs £5. Whereas my fish and chips, right? Wow, I do need a reality check. Right. £5, £4.30.
Well, we all do it sometimes, and it's nice.
And but get this, £7. This is why I don't. This is why I can't have nice things. Wow.
We've all done it. But if you don't treat yourself, who is?
No, but £4.30 for quick food. That's actually really cheap. I mean, these days, if you buy any form of takeaway, kebab or something, you're not normally getting much change from about £7 or £8, are you?
No.
So, but
I don't dare go to my chippy. It's way expensive.
I really need to. I really need to start looking at prices before I look at the item. I've just gone, chocolate sundae thing. That's nice.
We all do it, though.
Well, thing is, we do. Again, I'm sorry if I recycle my stories. When V first moved in, I gave him a choice of paying me weekly or paying me monthly. Now, obviously, the monthly fee that I'm charging him is slightly more than 4 times the weekly, but it works out over the course of 12 months. But he moved in February. So when it came to his first proper month's rent, he's actually paying me more than had he chosen 4 weekly. And I felt a little bit bad, even though I shouldn't have had to. It's his choice. I just thought, well, I feel like I'm robbing you by about £40. So I said, well, I'll tell you what I'll do then. We'll get a takeaway. So then we enjoyed the time. We hardly ever... Oh, I see what's happened. I'm sorry. Dominic, sorry, saw it too late. Good evening at Hull. Yeah, in other words, he wasn't ignoring you, he just didn't see it. Yeah, we really enjoyed takeaway. We hardly ever do any takeaway. So once a month now we have takeaway, and it's usually around about the 15th. My phone's gone mental, which suggests to me it's round about the times when the buses get into London. So I'm going to just turn the volume down on that. We have like Facebook for work. I think that's the best way to describe it. And the daytime coaches get into London about 7 in the evening, 7 or 8 in the evening. And then when we're close to London, because obviously you've got the guys coming from the hotel and then you've got the bus. And the idea is that they meet roughly the same time. And so they start sending messages, oh, we're leaving Leicester now, or we're leaving Birmingham now, or we're coming into, or we're delayed because of an accident on the motorway. And then the other guys are like, yeah, getting on the tube now. And so this is round about the time when my phone goes beep, 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 beep. It's just constant messages. And then nothing will happen until about 6 or 7 in the morning. And it'll go beep, beep, beep again. So there's 2 changeovers a day, one in the morning, one in the evening. So yeah, it goes off again. I don't know why I can't get that. Let's get that volume down. Oh, hang on. So we'll put my phone on total silence. Total silence. There we go. Which unfortunately now means if anyone sends me Facebook, well, Facebook will be fine because it comes up on the computer as well. So what was I saying? I've forgotten. Oh yeah, takeaway.
Takeaway.
As you see, it's the 23rd of the month now. We normally have takeaway around about the 15th or the 16th. My first day off after that day. So this is our takeaway night. But so I'm under. I actually budget 40 quid for takeaway. So we're about 12 quid under budget. So that's why I was able to go. Yes. So, but why did I nearly press the end broadcast button?
I don't know, but don't do that.
My brain. I'm doing something on another screen as well, and there's a button I normally press in the top right-hand corner, and then I've gone up to top right-hand corner on StreamYard, which is end broadcast. I'm like, no, I don't want to do that.
No, I don't think you want to.
The trouble is, if I do accidentally end the broadcast, I won't be able to sort of go, sorry, guys. So phone on silent spoils sport. No, it's just that otherwise my phone you'll hear it. It'll just be beep, beep, beep. And it's just because it's that time of the day. I get this is every single day.
My phone will be on bloody silent all the time.
Well, this is it. Even when I'm on holiday, even when I wasn't doing Flixbus, it's still every single day. So it's every time there's a bus changeover. Where are you now? Oh, I'm at so-and-so. Oh, I'll be a little bit late. The tube's running badly. And stuff like that. So, fancy giving us a flash? Natasha?
What?
A flash.
Oh, what I'm doing? Okay. This is where I'm working on. Top of my head.
Jesus Christ. What is that? Oh, no, I thought it was done on both sides. You are really whizzing. So I was saying to Natasha just pre-stream, there's another one that I'm working on. And, it's really bad, but not horrible bad, but it's so confetti. I've got, what did I say? 70 different colors. So I've got 70 different colors lined up. I haven't got used to where the order of the Tic Tac containers are. So when I do need a color, it's difficult to find because obviously with this Flixbus, I got to the point where if I need color 310, I know it's roughly there or whatever. So I'm having to look through, and then I'm having to look where the symbol is. And I do have slight issue with the symbols. There isn't any logical order to the symbols. And things like there's a symbol code. Where is it? 16 is color number 33. And then you've got color code 21 is color number 37. And then color 64 is color 13. And then the next color is 65 is 12. So if you're looking at just those 4 drills in order of DMC number, it goes 16, 21, 13, 12. So you can't even go, oh, I need 14. Well, I found 15, so it must be beforehand, but it's not. It's just the way the symbols come out. There is 1 or 2 symbols that are very similar. So it's and it's I'm going to call it new kit syndrome, where you've got a you've got a new kit. You've got, see, like for example, white circle on a background is DMC code 939, but on the previous kit they used that symbol for 310. So now you have to get it out of your mind that circle is no longer 310 and now it's 939, and then you've got to get used to where it is. So I'm finding myself going like this down the key, right there it is, and then you've got to find that number in your tic tacs, and then once you've done all of that, you're finding you're just placing 1 drill. And then you move on to the next drill color. So it's taking me, it normally takes me about an hour to do about that much. The last one I've done, I've half filled 2 ruler squares. And it's taken me about 4 hours. It's really, really hard work. But when you get to the background, suddenly everything speeds up. There's faces involved. And faces, it just seems to be so high. I know it's going to look amazing when it's finished.
When it's finished, yeah.
But it's making me work for it. It really is. So, Love Minis, takeaway on Man Wears Bite. I'm really sorry. I do feel quite bad eating in front of you. This is one of the things my mum taught me. Oh, don't take your food outside and eat it. Eat it in the house. It's very common. That was a lot of things my mum did, was all to do with being common. So, but I'm trying to eat that sausage because I'm getting full now. Core, eating chips in front of me is tough. I'm so sorry. I feel awful. I'll tell you what I'll do.
Take yourself off.
Is that better? So, well, at least we get to see more of the lovely Natasha. So,
even though I'm concentrating.
Yeah. It's a shame we can't get you a really good camera set up and we can see what you're up to while you're working on it. But you'll come. You'll get there.
Yeah, it just takes time.
Yeah. I mean, I remember when I had. Well, you're on your mobile phone, aren't you? I've never streamed on my phone, but I remember when I didn't have much of a setup.
That's the thing. You got to start off slowly and work your way up, haven't you? Really?
Well, this is it. I've said, people have come to me before and they've said, "What do I need for a YouTube setup?" And I just say, whatever you've got at the moment.
Yeah. There's no way of twisting this round like you normally can on video chat. You can twist your phone round, but there's no option for that on here.
No, it's a lot harder with phones, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's not the easiest to deal with.
So, where are we? So, Love Minis says, do they have a kit for the Queen? Do you mean for the Queen to do or of the Queen? I'm pretty sure that something can be arranged. The great thing about customs is that you could use an image that might, for example, be copyright, and it doesn't break copyright laws because you're using it for personal use. Yeah. If you're reselling it, there you go. Smith says we do we do customs for Queen's image. I have a feeling that there's more demand. There's enough demand for the Queen to make me surprised. Let's do
something I would sit and do, though.
No, not something I would do. And I would say maybe, you know, I might be sitting there thinking, or maybe 5% of all of the diamond painters might go, I want a Queen one.
Yeah.
And then Smith B's come back, oh, no, it's like 4 times more than that. And I go, really, as much as that? So, but no, some people have more love for the Queen than others.
Yeah, of course there is. There's plenty of people like that.
Yeah, but yeah, if you've got an image that you've stolen out of a newspaper or something, it's okay to use that as a custom. It's if you're broadcasting and reselling it. See,
yeah, that's when the issue comes in.
Yes, yeah. But yeah, I mean, Smiths aren't doing anything wrong because they're just selling you a custom of a picture. But as long as it's for personal use, there was a big old case many years ago regarding software, where this guy was taken to court for copying computer software, and his argument was he's making a copy of the software to use for himself to protect the original. So if the floppy disk wears out, he hasn't lost an expensive piece of software. All that's happened is the copy has worn out, in which case then he'll make another copy. And the judge ruled in his favor because he was doing it for personal use. No. And then obviously over time, that ruling has applied to just more and more things. And it's like, yeah, that picture I've nicked out of the newspaper, which is copyright by the highest order, that's fine. But so if I sell it, then that's a different situation, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Natasha or Chips, hard choice. There we go. That's not, if you've come into this stream a little bit low self-esteem and a little bit depressed, I think that would cheer you up, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Mike cannot decide between Natasha or Chips. I think that's a massive compliment.
Yep. Definitely agree.
So Mark says, not really, has already seen you eating them. Eating what? I don't know what eating what, Natasha? What am I eating?
I don't know.
No, I don't know either. I've got no idea what he's on about.
No idea now. I'm lost.
No. Unless he's referring to this unflavoured rice cake that I'm munching on, and a glass of plain water that's English water.
I know what it could mean. When you hid yourself on camera, because it's not going to really make any difference because you've already eaten them in front of him.
I'm trying to take his mind off it. He says, no, sorry, Natasha, I love chips.
All right, I don't.
So Smithby says, we do customs for Queen's image. We've only done 2 of the Queen. Do you think that's a fair number given your customer base? Obviously, if you had like 1 million customers, I'd probably expect you to sell a few more. You might have 1 million customers. I don't know. I don't know demographics. Having said that, you might have 10 zillion customers and all of them bar 2 are anti-royalty, and you can't expect it. It's like selling a Man City diamond painting to a Man United club. It's not going to happen, is it? And then 2 of them might go, oh, no, I'll buy one for a laugh. On Amazon Diamond Paint and Sealer. In case you didn't catch the beginning, I wasn't able to get PVA or brushes because I'm going to be absolutely honest with you guys. I've been asleep most of the day. So I've what have I done? Do you know what? My brain isn't with it today. I do apologize. Yeah, so I've ordered them off Amazon. They'll be here tomorrow. I'm a little bit concerned about the brushes because they're cheap. But if they turn out to be a bit naff, I'll send them back and I'll get the Mod Podge one. Donnie says, hi, Penny. Yeah, Donnie, I am ever so sorry. I know I owe you that package. That package is coming. Please bear with me. Life just got in the way. And I will get that sorted out, I promise you. Mark Fit, chips and your nose is growing. I still have no idea what you are. Chips of what? Wood chips? No, don't get the context of it. Smith Speed. Sorry, Teresa, just reminded me it's 3 Queen, 2 different customers. There you go. Is it cheating if one customer is ordering 2? Or is it, has he gone, one customer's ordered 3 Queens and one customer's ordered none, but I'll say 2 customers, it sounds like it's more.
No idea.
Probably ridiculous, isn't it? So anyway, I've almost finished my my bit that I want to eat now. And then the Sunday, I'm going to have to let that melt down a little bit because I have very sensitive teeth. So, but if you're ever in my area, I can definitely recommend the sausage. Because normally sausages, they just buy like a cheap one, don't they? And it's actually really nice. But I do think that, well, it's a chip shop just close to a pub. So usually you find that when you get people sort of fall out of the pub and they go to a fish and chip shop, you can serve them anything you want. They probably won't notice the flavour. So,
right.
But
I don't think I would if I was drinking like that.
What's that? Go into the chip shop after going to the pub?
Yeah, I don't think I'd recognise the flavours.
Oh, that's what I meant. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's it. You just buy any old crap and... Yeah. But it's like this shop has gone, no, actually, no, we do have customers who appreciate good food. But I noticed that the competition for takeaways in general seems to be quite high. You look at any little high street, like even a village high street, you've got a good 2 or 3 takeaways all on the same street. And
I've got a Chinese either side of me, one on the left and one on the right. The one on the left is not good for me, but one on the right is better cooking.
Right.
But someone could say different.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I've had a ding.
A ding.
A ding, which means a Facebook ding. It is a ding. Oh, bless. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm surprised that was sent by Mike, but I am waiting to share this with you.
But did you enjoy your meal, though?
Yes, I'm still enjoying. Oh, no, yeah, I've enjoyed it. So Mike's just sent me this. Went for a ride last night, had some engine trouble. See, even though I've ordered a small appetite meal, I've wasted half of the chips.
Yeah, see, I don't eat a lot of the chips.
No, I'm not a big chip lover. Right, bear with me a couple of secs.
1, 2.
Hardy har.
You said couple of secs.
Yeah, I know. Next time I will say, just give me a couple of short, brief moments of your life. Right. Oh, I'm glad I put that bit of polystyrene down. It's soaking wet where the chocolate sundae is. So this chocolate sundae has got some kind of syrup at the bottom, with chocolatey ice cream, marshmallows, chocolate brownie, and lots of sauce. And chocolate sauce and toffee sauce. It's basically seems to be a case of I can't decide what I want, so I'll have everything. That's what it seems to be. But, they're calling this a milkshake. That's it.
Enjoy it.
Well, when you buy a milkshake and it doesn't come with a straw, there might be a warning there. The only thing that concerns me is the shape of this little brownie bite on the top. Let me show you this. This might make you laugh. So that's obviously started life off as a bigger brownie, right? And they've trimmed it down to size. But if you look at the shape of it, it looks like rather than being broken in half, someone's actually bitten the other half off. Yeah, that's a bit big. We'll just cut that one in half. Does actually look like it's been bitten in half.
It does.
So, yeah, I might have to investigate. Just, yeah. Right, Donnie says that's fine. Yeah, I'm really sorry, Donnie. I'm a bit useless in that sense. No, but since I went back from holiday, don't think I've done a normal shift. It's just I've been mucked. Not mucked. I won't say mucked around. That's probably unfair. That is definitely a milkshake, but with lots of. No, it's got ice cream in it. It's just it's very runny, but it's got so many bits in it you couldn't possibly drink it. Yeah. First of all, my shifts got muddled around for the first couple of weeks, which I kind of get because I had to have the first couple of days off for telling off. What would you call it? A ticking off.
Yeah.
I wasn't really a disciplinary. I didn't get anything made. I just got ticked off for it. I wasn't ticked off, but my boss ticked me off. You know what I mean. And then after 2 weeks, he's asked me to do this shuttle bus, and they got some major roadworks near one of the depots, and it's effectively cut the bus route in half. So rather than doing like a 50 zillion mile detour, they've just run a couple of shuttle buses, one going that way and one going that way, just to pick up the main route. And that's a proper contract from the council, and it's meant to be a 6-week contract. And then it's just basically I don't think I've had so, and even, I think this week has summed things up. This is the last day of my holiday, my week's holiday. Yet it's only the 3rd day off I've had this week. I've worked 4 days of my holiday. And in all fairness, I'm fuming with myself more than I am the company. Because you can't really blame the company for asking.
No.
If they haven't asked me to do overtime and they've got a shift that's uncovered, have they really done as much as they can to cover the shift? You know, if they've asked me and I've gone, no, sod off, I'm having the day off. But at least then they've made the effort to cover it. Ooh. Chocolate something. I might have to leave that for a little bit. I might just have to eat the brownie first, though, because, you know, if you have, like, something solid, it will float, won't it? And if it all goes liquid, it might sink to the bottom and we may never see it again.
Always the way with it.
So I think I better just eat it now. Oh, geez, that's cold. Oh. Right, so what I'll do is I'll place this somewhere where it can't do any damage. On top of my drills. Now, I don't have anywhere to put cups because when I designed this desk, I didn't really want to put cups on the table. So I just have this one little bit there where my bubble tea is occupying. Right. So, sorry. That's good brownie. Good brownie should be chewy, in my opinion.
Mm.
And that is, but it's got lumps of chocolate in the brownie, which when you place lots of chocolate lumps into something that's frozen, it has a tendency to go cold and hard. So, stating the bleeding obvious there, aren't I? But
yeah.
In other words, I'm chomping on things that are a little bit harder than I expected. Oh, I'm eating chocolate that's been sat in something really cold and it's gone hard. Oh, I wasn't expecting that. Oh, that bubble tea's nice, but not for fiver. Right. So once I get this done as well, means I can get rid of a lot of the drills, TikToks, and put them back. So these are my TikTok. Oh, come on. I've wedged that in there, haven't I? So these are my TikTok containers for 2 projects. Each one of these holds 24 containers. So 24, 48, 80, 96 containers there. So I've got them all in numerical order.
Yeah.
So when I want, say, for example, 3024, it's there. But that was a good call. I found that one quite quickly. But also, it's probably my organizing system. But again, I've got to get used to. See, when I was doing this one, you just got used to. I think I just had those, but you just kind of get used to knowing roughly where everything is. And then, so if I wanted 913, I've set this one up. 931, I know it's roughly there. It's not that one. It's that one. Yeah, but at least I'm roughly in the area. Now when I find, let me do this without. So let's say, for example, you want the 25. So you've got to go through every single symbol until you get to the 25. There it is. Color number 68, 3861. 3861. And you've gone through all of that, and then there's one drill. So you do the one drill, put them all back, then you got the next one. So that's the struggle I'm having. But it's, again, it's I'm going to call it new kit syndrome. And it's just that I'm not used to that kit.
Yeah, because it's all different to another.
Yeah. By the time I got to the end of this Flixbus one, I got to the point where I could say symbol H. That's 3779. And certain symbols, I knew the number without even looking it up. I think R was 53. Yeah, symbol R was 535. And the greens, I never really got used to those, but I knew roughly the numbers because the greens were 701, 702, 703, 906, 988. And but there isn't that much green on it. So, right, all I can really do on this is just go through it and make sure everything's flattened, make sure everything's in, no pop and drills, and just have a good feel and a squeeze. God, I probably need to rephrase that, don't I? And then any drills that are missing, just replace them. So there's an N. N is 3863. And then once I've got that done, I can get rid of the TikToks for this particular one. So while I've got that one, I've lost my pen now. Where's there it is?
If you lost your pen, it's always Teresa that stole it.
Yes. Apparently that is the way it goes.
Yeah.
I like the concept of when you're missing something, it's always someone else's fault.
Yep. And then I blame the birds for stealing our tweezers.
Yeah. Well,
I can't blame myself, can I?
No. I my favourite concept is blaming someone that's not there. And they can't defend themselves. That's a nice, easy get-out clause, then, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. So
it's just a long-running thing me and Teresa have done.
Yeah.
I've done it a long time now. But now I can use the birds for her tweezers going missing.
Blame the birds?
Yeah.
I think that's nasty, actually. Liking Teresa is one thing, but blaming the birds. What have they ever done to you? All that joy they bring to you, and you blame them for criminal acts.
I'm sure they don't mind. They can never hear me when I'm doing it anyway.
I bet they can. I bet you'll be surprised. I bet you the expression bird brain is actually a myth.
Yeah. I'll laugh if one of them turns around saying, "Where's my tweezers?" or "Where's my pen?"
Yeah.
Especially the boys.
Budgies talk?
Pardon?
Can budgies talk? Can they say simple words?
Yeah, if you're very consistent.
Right. I know it's all imitation, isn't it?
But I do sing to them a couple of nursery rhymes.
Okay. Do they ever sort of look at you and go, "Cheers, Mum"?
And the other one is with Minnie, it's peekaboo, but she can't say it yet. Right. It's more likely going to be the boys.
Do you think it's a case of can't or don't want to?
I think girls are more harder.
Do you think that they ever have a conversation in their cage? Do you know what? This stupid woman comes in, starts going on about peekaboo. And for some reason expects me to repeat it. What she think I am, stupid?
Yeah, but I'll laugh one day if I get them saying it. Because Mickey used to play a game with me behind her toy. And she used to hide behind it and then peek her head round.
Right.
So that's how that game started. So I used to do a peekaboo every time she done it. But one of the boys can actually do a parrot noise.
Okay.
I don't know which one it is.
That's interesting. So what?
I don't think it'll be the girls talking. It'll be one of the boys.
Oh, so what? Have you heard it when you weren't actually there?
Mm.
Oh God, I'm so sorry. I've been working on this and I'm in the wrong area. So
that's all right.
So trouble is, this can take ages, but I think that is a million times better than before. But I have made this nice before, so it's probably going to need doing again when I come to seal it. But it wouldn't have had so much opportunity to go. So I do apologize. I've had a chat with you about this. I bought that little roller, and it's not
for heavy-handed people.
It's not working out for me because I'm torn between this one, which I can't go too heavy with, and this one, which the roller's slightly spongier. So it's not pushing the drills right in. It kind of pushes them a little bit, but it's this. I think this is better than this for me.
It was worth a try.
Yeah. I think maybe what I'm stupidly looking for is something that I can push really hard. You know, when you get these drills that pop and you can only really get them in with your pen. I think I'm looking for that magic roller that will push them in. And I don't think that magic roller actually exists. It pushes some in, but the ones that you won't be able, it won't push in, you're going to have to push in with a pen. So, oh, look at that. There's a little squidgy one on the side that's just hiding up there. Trouble is, it's got a bit of muck in it, so I can't see exactly what it is. Oh, I had a bit of a disaster today.
Did you?
I was doing another diamond painting. It's just going to be referred to as another.
Yeah.
And
is it the one I'm thinking of?
Yes. And I got two symbols muddled up. And you've basically got one of them as a symbol, and it's just a fat line going straight up and down. And then there's another colour that's got a fat line going across diagonally. And I looked up the symbol going straight up and down. I found the colour of the DMC. I found the correct colour. And then all of a sudden I found that I was placing those drills on the fat line going across diagonally. And I'm like, I don't know which, by the time I'd finished it, I'm like, I don't know which colours were which. So I ended up picking the whole square out. And all I could really do, the only efficient way I could do it was I had my knife with a rounded blade, and all I could do was go pick, pick, pick. And they all flew. And by the time I was finished, it was like I'd gone outside it and actually been raining a thunderstorm of drills. And I was so fuming with myself. Because normally I do little mini checks with myself. So like the N here, I then look, oh, not that one. I look up the N and I got my finger there. N is 3863. Then I find 3863. I pull some of them. Then I go 3863. Then I look up 3863 and make sure it's still an N. You know, and that's how I normally do it. It's a little bit belt and braces, but it works well for me. So, oh, why am I want to put them into this is how my brain's working today. I really am not. I don't think I'm safe streaming today. I'm certainly not safe doing anything with potential danger, like using sharp tools. My brain is not functioning.
That's right. We all have days where brains don't function.
Oh, it's because I'm trying to get myself into night mode. And I have to do it because I'm driving all night tomorrow night. It is Sunday now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Still. Oh, guess what I discovered today?
What?
Sorry, complete change of subject. Doctor Who's on tonight.
Oh, is it? I don't watch it.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I'm a big fan. I knew there was going to be a last episode, and I knew there was going to be one soon. But I didn't know when it was. So, I'll have to go and visit someone and watch that. Because I can't watch it. Because I don't have a TV license. So, I can watch catch-up TV, but I cannot watch... I cannot watch broadcast TV as it's broadcast, and I cannot watch BBC iPlayer. So but that normally works well for me because most TV programs I can't watch them as they're broadcast because I'm not around.
Yeah.
So I watch it on catch up anyway. 99% of my TV viewing is done on my mobile phone after the event. But I got a couple of people I can go around and watch Doctor Who on their TV. Mm-hmm. So that's a bit naughty now. But I don't watch much BBC.
No, nor do I.
They have the odd season. I mean, I don't watch a lot of TV.
Mine's just usually on for background noise, but then again, I only watch like box sets anyway, so
Yeah.
I don't watch anything to do with BBC.
If you're watching box sets, none of that is covered by TV license. And I just found something out the other day. There's a guy called Black Belt Barrister, and he does a lot of legal advice. He doesn't do anything specific, because obviously every case is individual, but he takes things and he interprets them in a general sense.
Yeah.
And he asked about YouTube and TV license, and there's a rule about you cannot watch live TV, but there's some little sub rules to do with not normally something as part of it's to do with the production.
Yeah.
So if for example ITV showed Coronation Street on YouTube as a cross-platform viewing, so you can watch it on ITV and YouTube, you would need a TV license for that, because it's a proper broadcasting company. For someone like myself who does a little stream on a Wednesday, and then maybe a live stream is on a Friday, and then there might not be another stream for 2 weeks, and then there might be one every day. You don't need a TV license to watch my streams.
No.
And likewise, I don't need to have a TV license when I have my stream on my computer watching it back to check the stream's working okay. Because that's the iffy bit for me. Do I need the TV license to watch my own streams live as a check?
Yeah, I don't know about that one, but I don't. Yeah.
Now, it appears that if the BBC publishes clips to YouTube, you don't need a TV license to watch those. And I think that's probably to do with the fact that they can't control the platform. With BBC iPlayer, they can control the platform. So it is all I think, right, we've got Tom, okay, and we've got Bradley Beaumont says, okay, how are you?
Hello.
So it's all, nothing is super clear. And I suspect the reason for that is that if the BBC ever want to take anyone to court, there will be a clause somewhere where they are right to take them to court, and that person can be found guilty. But likewise, there might be a clause somewhere else that would enable the other person to get off. So I don't know. It's all, you know what legal talk is like.
Yeah, it's not easy to judge it.
Judges seem, or lawyers seem to talk in a language where the motto seems to be, why use one word when 1,000 will do? But from what I can interpret, there's nothing wrong with watching live on YouTube without a TV license. But I don't need a TV license to broadcast.
No.
I just need a TV license to watch it, to watch my own broadcasts. I think I can't see the link, but that looks, I think that is I'm guessing from the title, the BBC press office for TV licensing replied. So that's so maybe me and Teresa me and Mike watch the same YouTube videos. But it's all interesting stuff, and I quite like the idea that I am, in the eyes of the BBC, I'm being naughty, and there's absolutely nothing they can do about it. I have a TV. The TV is switched on. I have Virgin TV, but I don't have to have a license. So I'm almost considering joining this campaign. Well, I do think the TV license is just too politics for you.
No, yeah. I'm all right. Unless anyone else has had enough of it.
Black Belt Barrister, I would thoroughly recommend the channel. There'll be a lot of videos because he covers a wide range of subjects. So there is a lot of his videos that just is of no interest to me. He did a lot of videos during this Johnny Depp court case thing.
Yeah.
He did an awful lot of those, and he did some live shows as well. And that just really didn't interest me. But obviously, you know, I suppose it's the same with being a barrister, isn't it?
Yeah.
They must cover cases that they find I hate doing car crime cases. I love a good murder, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's one job I think I could never do.
No, I think I couldn't do it.
Well, because the law says that you are entitled to representation. Mm-hmm. So if I murdered someone and I'm going, yeah, I murdered them, I'm not insane, I just felt like murdering them, right? Someone's got to defend me.
Yeah.
How do you defend that?
Can't.
No, because obviously if they are guilty, you're now looking for circumstances to get their sentence reduced.
Yeah.
You know, and if they're an absolute raging mental head case, but they're not insane, you know. I did it because he spilt my pint, and I was always been looking for an excuse to stab him anyway. So when he spilt my pint, that was all the excuse I needed. You know, how do you get them a lighter sentence? And why would you want to? You know, and certain crimes, which I don't really want to get into a big conversation with, how could you defend those?
I don't know, but they've got no choice, have they really?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I know they build specialities, don't they? You know, I specialize in defense, and I specialize in traffic offences, and I think I've just found a brilliant tool for getting drills in.
Oh, yeah?
And that's my knife, this rounded end. Now, if you pull like that, that's working really well. It's a bit labour intensive, but that's working really well.
If it's working, it's working.
Yeah. As I say, it is labour intensive. But that might be the best tool I've ever used for pushing drills in. Because the trouble is, once you push some drills in there, it starts to push them back that way. So you have to go back over the bits you've done. But I think your best tool really is your finger. I've said this with scale models. The best tools you've got is your fingertips and feeling for stuff. I'm wondering if it's actually worth me doing this now. If I did that and then sealed it straight away. Oh, that reminds me. I want to have a look at this now. They've had plenty of time to dry. See, the trouble is I ain't got the brush. So these, for those that missed yesterday's stream, these are bits of diamond painting that I've done, which I've sealed with different things. You'll see some missing drills on some of them, and that's because I did a really rough durability test. So I sealed them, or in this case, this is control, so this has had nothing done to it. And then I sort of did all that with it, and I ran a ruler over it, and I ran a hairbrush over it. So you see there, like some drills are missing, but this has had nothing done to it, and that's okay. This one I did with PVA glue, and I really flooded the glue in on the bottom one, and that's not too bad, is it? That's quite okay. And then this is the Mod Podge. So that's absolutely fine once it's dried. And that feels a little bit more solid. There's a definite feel difference between this one and this one. And that feels, it's like the difference between buying a toy from a Chinese, a toy from a Chinese mail order company and buying a toy from, one of the top toy manufacturers. It's got the more feel of more quality. This doesn't feel bad quality, but this feels so much better. This is wood glue. I only did half on the wood glue. To be honest with you, this wood glue has come out solid, look.
Yeah.
Whereas the PVA has still got bend in it, as has the Mod Podge. So this wood glue is actually, look, that's the bottom, which is untreated. That's the top. So that's a surprising result. So maybe now they're dry and cured, maybe the wood glue is in consideration over the look. So there's something else to think about. But we said at the time, comparing the PVA and the Mod Podge, there isn't a lot of difference between them. But this was, what did we say, £3 a litre, and this was about 20 odd quid a litre.
Yeah, it's quite expensive.
Now the Mod Podge glitter, I think really that's a completely different entity because it's got sparkly bits in it. I don't know if you can see those sparkly bits. The camera reduces a lot of it.
Camera doesn't always pick every bit of it up.
So comparing Mod Podge with PVA, the actual sealing and the shimmer of the actual drills is fine, but this has got added sparkles. Now, I probably wouldn't want to use this on, say, for example, my Flixbus. If I was doing like a Disney princess or something, I would seriously consider using this. Or maybe I could get some little sparkles and add that to but then I think when you make your own sparkly PVA, you're always going to run the risk of putting, because I did notice when I opened the Mod Podge glitter, I didn't think there was that much sparkle in it. There's definitely some sparkly in it, but it's not heavily loaded with sparkles.
Yeah.
Some, but there's not a massive amount in there.
No.
And if I'd have made that myself, I probably would have been tempted to put a lot more in. Whoops. But when you actually apply it, you can see that there is actually plenty on there.
I think it's waiting for it to dry, isn't it, properly?
Yes.
To see it.
Yeah. But that definitely has its value. But I wouldn't say that's an everyday thing. But yeah, one bit I didn't consider yesterday, that wood glue. So maybe wood glue is the way to go. So I don't know. I suppose it depends. Well, actually, if you're gonna put it in a frame and cover it, probably PVA glue.
Yeah.
If you're gonna put it in a frame and you want it to be protected and there's not going to be anything over the top. No, but then if you just want it to stop the drills from popping, a couple of layers of PVA glue. So probably wood glue if you're not going to frame it. That's probably the way to go. So so it really depends on what angle you're coming from. I mean, this one, I said I might seal this in Mod Podge because I've got this big tub of Mod Podge to get rid of. But that would be the only reason I'd be using it. And it's a case of once I use it, I won't be buying any more. Can anyone think maybe of any situations where Mod Podge would be better than PVA? I mean, I know it's used in scenery. Is it a little bit tougher than PVA, perhaps?
Could be.
See, that is now better than the bottom bit. That's lovely. That's almost... Oh, no, see, now it's... I can see where there's bits lifted. You can pretty much tell by looking when they're in, because the lines, you see the gaps in between. The gaps are thinner and they're straighter. So yeah. Oh. Sorry, those little bubbles in that bubble tea.
Yeah.
I just got one, a whole one. And I had it between my lips and I pushed it, and it's not that rice thing. It is actually, it's like a little balloon of something.
Try eating one without anything.
Well, that's I'm trying to get one. They're hard. They're so fragile. That's basically what you get. But it's got a little skin on it.
Okay, I probably won't risk that.
No, look, it's a very thin skin. And it's filled with liquid. Really interesting. That's nice. I like it. It's like a miniature balloon. It's the only way I can describe it. Smith Speeds, I have noticed some canvas in frame slide down the frame slightly and gather up. So maybe wood glue would be better at keeping it firm. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Laura Robson says, hi, ladies. Laura, we've just made a discovery. So if you remember yesterday, we were doing some sealing with different things. And we said that there isn't a lot of difference between Mod Podge and PVA. And now near the bottom, I'd applied a lot. Actually, I'm going to have a look. Yeah, those bubbles are showing. So this is the problem I had with the Mod Podge, was the bubbles. Now, I always say, if you get bubbles, it's because you're painting on too fast. But I don't think I was painting on that fast. But we made an accidental discovery. Remember I did one in wood glue? Well, look what happens where I've done the wood glue. Right, there's the bit I haven't done it at all. There's the bit I've done in wood glue. To compare that to the control, that's unsealed. That's wood glue. I don't know why there's a bend in the middle, but it's really stiffened that up. Whereas the PVA and the Mod Podge, yeah, they're still flexible. But the wood glue, oops, this side, has made it solid and rigid. And as Mike has just said, I noticed some canvases in frame slide down the frame slightly and gather up. So maybe wood glue would be better at keeping it firm. So maybe wood glue if you're going to frame it, PVA if you're not. So I don't know. So that's kind of thrown my experiment a little bit, because I didn't expect that. And it's nice when you excuse me, you conduct a little experiment and you know what to expect, and then suddenly or you have a hypothesis on what's going to happen, and then it actually doesn't go that way. I find that rather interesting. Right, 414. So all I can really do now then is fill in the missing drills, of which there is. This is actually quite a mess. And I'll tell you what else I'm going to do, and I'm going to bore the hell out of all of you. I am going to redistribute these, and I'm going to take out what I don't need. But first of all, right, so 159, 161, 164, 169. So what I'm doing is I'm taking out all of the drills for the flicks, and then I'm going to put back the flicks drills that I need for the next diamond painting I'm doing, if that makes any sense whatsoever. See, there are overlap drills, and by that I mean there's drills that I need for both projects, but I do want to kit up, I think 7123 23 820 823 890. So on these top two layers, which you can't see because I've got a bad camera angle, these are all drills that are unique to the other project that I'm doing. 6 913 931 934 939. I know that one's being used for both. 966. It's going to get slightly confusing because I'm going to have to, some are not going to be in there and some will. Right, 3064, 3072, 3348, 363, 3779. That one. 3799. I know that's been used on both. I think 3799 is one of those colors that will probably be used on just about every single project that you do. Right, so now I need to put back the ones that I need. 169 221 223 224 336. I'm hoping to create a spare tray for those. 355, 356, 367, 407, 414, 415, 451, 452. Oh, Mike, I need to have a chat with you. I am confused about something. 634, but I'm going to have to just finish this first, otherwise I'm going to get this up in a muddle. Do you know what? I am actually going to. No, I'm not. 712 758 760. Oh, 762 775 778
No, don't slide off.
Do not slide. That's like having a kid, isn't it? Do not go. Don't go on slide. No. Too late.
Not when you want to knock a load of drills off.
No.
And then you can't be bothered picking them up.
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean, yeah. 9, 3, 4. 9,
Well, it was thinking about doing that. I told it off.
It was actually thinking about it, was it?
Yeah, it was thinking about it. I'm like, nope, you're not doing that.
I tell you what, it's some absolutely amazing colours in this.
Oh, look, I've done ends and I found an N.
Nice. Everyone needs an N.
Right, I can't tell if that's 16 or 15. So sod it, I'll look on here.
Would you like to take a close-up picture with your phone? Because that's a good way I find, is take a picture with your phone and then you can kind of expand it on your phone.
Well, it's got to be 15 because
right. Let me show you what I mean. It's probably easier to explain it than show you then. Right, so let me find a drill. Obviously, got to make sure it's in focus first, which my camera seems to struggle with that. Right, so this isn't going to work as well as I want it to, but basically, if you take a photo and then you blow the photo up, so even out of focus, you can tell they're number 9s, can't you?
Yeah.
But when it's like that, you can't.
Got yeah.
That's a trick I use a lot when I can't see something. Just blow it up. You do lose a little bit of the focus, but sometimes, like, what did you say? You can't tell the difference between what 2 numbers?
6 and 9 sometimes.
6 and 9, right. So, like, if you can't tell the difference between a 5 and a 6, if you take a picture and blow it up, the difference between a 5 and a 6 is a little tiny gap. And if it's too small for you to see the gap, then you blow it up and then you can see that gap. That always work.
I'll try that.
But yeah, it is a good little trick. How are you, Chris Davis? We did have our little Red Dead session last night, but I got tired a little bit quick.
Did you?
Yeah. So, but we got something. Oh, that's it. We nearly failed a mission because the bloody thing glitched out on us, and it was really funny because we had to do a resupply. Oh, we did actually fail, but not for the reasons So basically, what had happened was we had to run and find this turkey. No, right. So what it is it's what's called a resupply mission. Right, so to do it, you had to find a turkey, take it to this guy that wanted this turkey, right, and then you get this cart full of goods, and then you have to get that back to your camp, and you have a time limit to do it in. And the glitch was I couldn't get back on my horse. My horse wasn't letting me get on it. Right, now, obviously, we've got a time limit. And because I hadn't played the game for so long, I didn't know where the turkeys were. They, different animals, they're, like you won't find a crocodile on the top of a snowy mountain. That's an extreme one. But so you find certain animals in certain places. So because it's been so long, we couldn't remember where the animals were. So we headed off in different directions. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, right, I can hear the turkey noise in the background. So I'd found this turkey and shot it, but I couldn't get back on my horse. So I'm getting Chris to run to me so I can put it on his horse so he can deliver it. But to try and save some time, what we've done is I'm running towards this trader. And it took Chris so long to find me, I actually made it on foot to this trader. And then we were running the thing back. And then I can't remember why. I think there were some other people who were sort of mucking around. And we didn't realise we weren't on defensive. So we could be shot by other players. And I ended up crashing this bloody cart, didn't I, into this bridge. And it's funny because when we did a moonshine mission, I said to Chris, do you want to drive the car? I mean, it wasn't imperative that we delivered so many bottles of this moonshine. It was just important that we did it with 5 minutes left. And I said to Chris, do you want to do it? Because you know how everyone has their skills. Chris is very good at driving carts. So I said to him, do you want to do the cart? And And he went, yeah, all right, I'll do the cart. And then when the mission started, because it was my mission and he was my posse member, it by default puts me on the cart. So I said, I'll sod it. I'll do it as I'm on it. And I just sprinted towards this place, and we did it with about 7 or 8 minutes left. So, but yeah, it just glitched. And I think I'm the kind of person that once the game starts to glitch on me. Oh, also we did some bounty missions, and one of the challenges was to do 3 bounties, and then there was also do 2 bounties from a specific area, and also you have to lasso people from horseback. So we kind of cheat with the lassoing. If you have to lasso 3 people from horseback, the way we kind of cheat is that we get one person, we lasso them, then we let them go, then we lasso them again, and then we let them go, and then we lasso them a 3rd time, and that counts as your 3 lassos. But yeah, we did that, but we had 2 bounties from a certain area, and just 3 bounties full stop, and we did to these 2 bounties from a specific area, and for the 3rd one, we could have done anything. We just went, you know what, we'll do a legendary bounty for old time's sake, and we did this legendary bounty, and it knocked it off Chris's tow roll, but it didn't knock it off mine. So
always the way that, isn't it?
Well, but it does that. Like sometimes you like your bounty might be complete 3 bounties as part of a posse, and then you'll do these 3 bounties, and then maybe the posse leader gets one knocked off, but not the. It's got some really weird glitches, and when I was really on top of the game, and I knew. You get to the point where there's certain things you just do really well because you know them. It really doesn't matter. People have gone, oh, that ain't knocked. Oh, never mind. We'll just do it again then. And it's all good. And then we did one of the story missions, and that kind of peeved me off because what was it we were doing? And this guy, oh, that's right. Yeah. So we did this mission. And as a team, you're only allowed to die so many times. And that in itself is slightly frustrating because let's say you can only die 3 times as a team. And let's say there's you, me, and Chris and some guy we've never heard of. And he dies 3 times. And we're doing the mission really well. The mission fails because there's been 3 deaths within the posse. Even though. And we were doing this bloody mission and we completed it, and then this guy, it was never seen him. Oh, where you gone? Oh no, she's deserted me. Just can't get staff these days, can you?
Sorry.
Hello, what happened to you?
I don't know, it just went weird.
Right. Yeah, so we did this mission, and this guy's trying to run me over with his cart. And it's like, well, if I die, you're going to fail the mission.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it kind of sucked a little bit of the fun, but it was getting quite late anyway. And I think I had a feeling I wasn't going to be able to stay up that long, and I did actually stay up a little bit longer than I thought. So it wasn't too bad. So thank you, Chris, for helping me with that. And I slept in a little bit late this morning. And then I got up and then I went back to bed. So it's all good. I'm that one step closer to being adapted onto nights. So, yeah. But it was fun. It was fun. But I need to download the cheating app for Red Dead. There's an app where there's a woman called Madame Nazar, and she buys collectibles off you. And but the trouble with Madame Nazar is that she's in a different location every day, and you can only find her if you happen to walk past close by her, which is a bit frustrating because it's a huge map to cover. And yeah, Love Minnie says, poof, and she's gone. You do know poof is a derogatory term for a gay person, don't you? It's my response.
Over here it is, yeah.
Yeah. No, it's funny because when Love Minnie's was first watching my streams, I'd come out with expressions like "I need a fag," meaning cigarette, but in America, fag means a gay person. So in her head, I'm saying, "Oh, I really need a gay person." So, God, what must you think when I say I really need to suck on a cigarette? I really need to suck on a fag. Oh, I've wasted so much money on fags this month.
Have you?
Yes.
I ain't.
Do you get your cigarettes from holiday, or do you have to go down the shop and get them?
Shop and get them.
Yeah. See, I'm lucky. I'm on holiday practically permanently. That's me speaking code there. My tobacco is that colour because I'm on holiday every week.
Yep.
Unfortunately, and it's also good because I can't read Spanish, so I can't read the warning labels, so I don't know what harm it. So right. Right. Laura's written hello, hello, hello. Is that because you've written a message and we didn't get it? Because the last message I got from you was hi, ladies. Or is that you just typing something random? Smith Spees, the difference between 5 and 6 is usually 1. Well, usually is usually spelt with only one S, if you're going to be like that, Mike. See, if you're going to criticize someone, make sure you're being perfect yourself. Right, good thanks. And how's you, Penny, and how's you, Natasha? Puff and she's gone. Are we doing Red Dead? Of course, most definitely. But I'm going to sit further away from the TV tonight. Last night I sat the same distance from my new 50-inch TV than I normally do with a 32-inch. And I think my eyes were a little bit boggly come the end of it. So, strange how different words sound different in different countries. Yeah, there's a lot of words that you can get yourself in trouble. There's a coach firm near to my football team I support that do a lot of the coach traveling. They're called Mott's. And I'm told that in certain parts of northern England, mott is a rude word. So, yeah, apparently it means a part of the anatomy. Right. I don't know, but if Wickham are playing away to a part of the country where that's a rude word, can you imagine what happens when 2 or 3 coaches, mott's written on the side, rocks up? They must have a right laugh. So, right, this was a bad idea, separating these drills, because now I can't find the one I want. It is a lot easier to do when you've got the full number of drills in. I've got a little area. Oh God, cuts. I need auto cameras. I wish, that would be my wish. Either OBS can be integrated into StreamYard or Stream Deck control StreamYard. Because when I do OBS, I can just press a button that changes the camera angles. On StreamYard, you can't do that. I don't think you'd be able to, because one is software based and one is browser based. But see, most of these are just one or two little drills missing. But here, there's a big clump of drills missing, and as a result, it's pushed all the drills all over the place, because there's no. If you've got one drill missing, it lacks any support on one side. Because there's 4 drills, it's leaving these drills free to just float around. Yeah, that's a bit better. Now I've got to figure out what. Oh God! Yeah, okay. All right. $8.20. Oh, it's taking me that long to figure out what the symbol is. $8.20. Where's $8.20 gone? See, we arrange a drill order halfway through doing something, and they're like, whoa.
Yeah, that's why I don't do it often.
Yeah. So there's definitely value in keeping your diamond paint in one place, because I'm switching it for different projects. It's just, I've got a flat space that I keep my diamond painting at, but I can't keep it flat, so it kind of rolls over. The diamond paint, oh, no wonder that ain't going in. That's upside down. I keep finding these odd drills that are upside down. Do you know what? My diamond painting on this side is so much worse than the bottom half.
Yeah, but you didn't do all the top half, did you, with the ruler?
Yes, I did start the ruler around about there, but even with the ruler, there's a quality difference. It's quite surprising. It's I mean, obviously, like I still maintain that anyone can do a diamond painting, but an experienced diamond painter is going to get slightly better quality than a not so experienced one. And obviously, where I hadn't done them for a long time, I kind of slipped them a little bit.
Yeah, but you've gotten back into it now.
Love minis. I haven't smoked for 4 years. Good for you. I wish I really want to give up. I really do want to give up. Yeah, see, this thing, I've got to be 100% committed. And I said that to the nurse. I said, I do want to give up, but if I'm not 100% committed, it's not going to work. No. And at that particular time, I said I'm about 80, 90% committed. And then I bought a packet of cigarettes from a shop the day before. It was like £9.
Yeah, they're expensive now.
But I then, on the way home from the doctor, I bought another packet of cigarettes. And I know it was a different shop, but it cost me £11. £2 difference in about a day. And I'm like, that's it. I'm 100% committed now. So I went to the chemist, and they were saying about prescription issues. They can't always get the prescription in. Right, what have I done here? 3799. 3799. I thought I watched that for this one. I do want it for that one. Oh, do you know, I've cocked this up. I've tried to pull the drills out for just this diamond painting, and then I've worked out which ones I want for that one, and now I'm just in a muddle. So I'm going to end up, when I finish this, I'm going to pull every single tub of these out, and then have to put them all in for the new one. But I might just do it when I'll probably do it when I kit the second one up. No, I'm not, because the next one I'm doing is that Crystal Creations one, isn't it? And that's got its own drills.
That's got its own drills, that one.
So that's going to save me a spot of bother there. Right. Now I think I've just got myself in a muddle with the tic-tac tubs. But saying that, most of the issues are all up here. Once I get to about halfway, I think the bottom half has got 2 drills missing on the whole half. Maybe 3. In fact, 3 drills on the bottom 2/3. And the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 16, 17, 18. There's about 30 drills on the top third that I've got left to do. So, right, smoke. Felt like, oh, Laura, felt like random. Okay, that's fine. I didn't know if you were like, sometimes people tell me off because I miss their comments out. And I never miss comments out. But I looked at that and I thought, I haven't missed anything out. So Liz Loveminnie's 50th attempt to spell smoked. She got it right. So Smith, ooh, the spelling police are about. Now, do you know what? I am funny like that. It's like it don't bother me when people spell incorrectly because you might just be, you might be dyslexic. It might be something else. You might be like Americans can't spell color, for example. Sorry, it's not dig there. So, like, if you spell color COLOR, and you don't know anything about them, it's probably that they're American, but it could be that they spelt it wrong. You don't know. And then, sometimes, how many times have you gone, oh, your spelling's bad? And they go, oh, I'm dyslexic. And then you feel then, don't you? But what actually, and you didn't do this, Mike, but what I do get annoyed with is if someone makes a spelling mistake, someone picks on that spelling mistake, but then they spell something or do something wrong themselves. And it's like, yeah, okay, you ain't so perfect yourself. But I don't know if I've mentioned him, but there's a guy on YouTube on one of the groups. And he always says at the end, if I've spelt anything, or if you can't read this, if I've spelt it wrong, it's because I'm autistic. And that just makes me think, well, if you spelt it right, does that mean you're not autistic? I don't say anything because obviously that would be bad. But it's just that because of the wording that he's used. If he said like, oh, I'm sorry if it's spelt wrong, I'm autistic. And then I'll probably jump in and go, no, you've done really well that time. So it just, he just kind of reminded me of that situation. So I've got to finish these at some point, haven't I? Why is it that when your drills pop, they're all different colors? Why can't you just get all of the drills of the same color pops?
Because it wants to be awkward for you.
Yeah. I hope people are looking at this and thinking, you know what, if I looked after my diamond pens, I won't have to go through all of that. I think this bit there is actually a big old river that I didn't sort out properly. I do this using the back of this knife, I think is a little bit of genius there. Because it's rounded, obviously if it wasn't round, that's good enough. I mean, this is probably all going to go again a little bit, but if I can at least get the drill. Well, I've got this too high up and I can't see it. So I'm going to have to do the old stick the head in the camera thing.
Do what you got to do, isn't it?
Oh, that's handy. All of these are equals. Oh, now I'm excited. Equal being 312. And now I'm really glad I bought those 312s. Well, I'd run out anyway. So, but that's how many I bought to cover one packet. because this one came with, I think it's 1 packet 3. Oh no, it was, oh, however many it was. I wasn't that many short, and 1 packet probably would have covered it. But for some reason, I bought like 4 or 5 packets of them. But, you never know when you need them. But you never know. I might buy a diamond paint and then it comes with a packet of 312s and they're actually a dreadful colour. And I think, no, I ain't putting up with them. And I chuck them all out and I use these. That's looking better already, isn't it?
Yep.
Perseverance. That's all you need. Right, what's that one? T. What colour is T? 161. I do quite like these nice little subtle shades of blue. You know, not your straight normal dark light or medium blues. This one's sort of a grey blue. Right. Unfortunately, most of the drills left to do are on the side of the screen. I can't actually reach with the camera. Right. Sure. So crazy this is, Penny, and you need a camera person instead of Penny. You need a camera person instead. Yeah, I do. If I could just employ someone whose job it is just to sort the cameras out. Price of cigarettes are different prices here in the shops near me. It's crazy. I get the price of cigarettes. The government needs to be seen to be doing something to stop people from smoking. But I also at the same time doubt whether pricing people out of a highly addictive substance is the right way to do it. Because obviously, first of all, you don't want to get new people hooked on it. That's one answer. And obviously, if people don't smoke and they see the prices, then they'll go, "Oh, I'm not going to start because that's expensive." But what about the people that are already smoking? And obviously, an answer is if you can't afford to buy them legally, then maybe you start looking at getting them illegally. You know what I mean by that? And then you're starting to risk people getting in more bother.
Mm.
Now, if I didn't... Oops, I just pushed my cup on the thing a little bit too far. And I pushed one of my diamond painting things. Maybe, do you know what? I just had a thought. Maybe I know, maybe I didn't, maybe I did lose those drills and it's gone down the back. There you go. Right. So there's a mod that I need for my next table. Not have a gap behind the drawers. Actually, maybe have a backing plate and put the drawers up against the back to stop things from falling down the back. Yeah. So, you know, if you have something that you can't give up and it's too expensive to give up, you know, how are you going to go about getting it? So, what's the answer? I don't know. Maybe some kind of incentive to give up. But if you give someone, say, for example, a financial incentive to give up, is that then fair on the people that never smoked in the first place? You know, I worked at one company where they were talking about people who were overweight. They were going to give them an incentive, or like cash incentive, and paid time off work to go to the gym. Right. Well, those that have looked after their body all their lives, is it, you know, and they're super thin, and they've now got to work extra hours. Plus, they've got to cover the overweight people who are being paid to not work. Is it fair on them? And then also, you've now got the situation of, why is somebody overweight? Are they overweight because they know sod all about nutrition and they've just gorged themselves with crap food? Or is there a medical condition involved? Yeah. That all makes a difference, doesn't it?
I get it, I think.
Yeah. So, just to say, oh, someone's fat, it's not that simple, is it? If they're fat because they've just not been looking after themselves, then that's one situation. God, what's going on there with that drill? That just looks like I have no idea what colour that is, so I'm going to pick off the next drill and just use that same colour. It looks like that's a big block. This is not the right knife to do this. Oh God, that didn't help, did it? Turns out the next drill is exactly the same colour. It is a completely different colour. Right, where's my other knife? There we go. Right, that's a different colour as well. So it's not that colour, it must be that colour. There you go. Right. That is 820 again. Remind me why I end up pouring out 400 drills when I only need one.
I'm forever doing that.
Right, where are we up to? Are you playing tic-tac-toe, Penny? Yeah. Spelling police. Have you not heard of the spelling police, Laura, or grammar police? My issue with spelling sometimes is nit checking. It's not checking before I send. Sometimes I spell things wrong accidentally. Thing is, though, with you, Chris, like as you can see there, I'm guessing you're typing that. See, that's another thing about spelling incorrectly. I will have more spelling mistakes when I'm writing from a mobile phone, especially this new phone, which is quite thin. And when let me show you the keyboard. Let's do a message. Oh, why is my phone shaking like mad? Right. So when I type, you see the size of my thumbs compared to the letters. I need to be more precise. So as a result, I spell a lot of words wrong. And especially with a case of you, I'm a bit like you, Chris. I might spell wrong, but I can still understand what you're saying. I'm reading that. Obviously, I said knit, but then I realized you meant not. My issue with spelling sometimes is not checking before I send. Sometimes so obviously you've got an issue. Look, see, if you look at the word spelling and you look at the word things, both of those words you replaced the I with an A, which is why I think you're typing from a mobile phone, because I'm guessing the A is just above the I's.
I'm forever doing that with my phone.
Yeah. So you can see why if I picked on his spelling, I could easily end up with egg on my own face there. So, and also I know about Chris. So, right. Love Minnie says, LOL. Chris says, looks fantastic. Wait, Penny, weren't you? Yeah, I've done the painting, but now I've got to go back. I've got any drills that are starting to pop. I need to push those back in. Because once I seal it, whatever position those drills are sitting in, they're going to stay there. So obviously, if some are raised and some are down, then I'm going to end up with a bumpy surface. So I want to get this as smooth as I can. And then, as you can see, some of the drills have actually popped out. it looks so much better now. But see, over here, I've got some drills missing. And that's, you know, obviously, if you're going to seal it, you want to make sure the drills are in before you seal it. Otherwise, you probably aren't going to get the drills in. So, but it's just a case of, because of the way you put these drills together, if you laid the drills on like that, they're all going to go on nicely. But if you put that one in, then that one in, and then that one, and then you change colors, and now you want to put this one in, by coincidence, there you go. I've got to force that one in a little bit. There you go. And as I push that in, that's pushed that one to one side. And then that will obviously have a knock-on effect. And now I've ended up muddling up the order of my Tic Tac containers. 3371 37. There we go. So that's why they've all raised. And again, because I'm a hard presser, and that's probably why I'm a hard presser. You know, if I've got two squares that are slightly too close together, when I put that middle one in, I pushed it in hard to push those two outer ones out a little bit. Right, I'm off, ladies. Using phone for light at some time. Will you take care then?
Bye.
Chris Davis on my phone I'm using. Yeah, I thought you were. I can tell from your spelling mistakes because I know how the keyboards work. You see. Oh, how did I archive that? So yeah, look. You see where the letter I is and the 8. But see, I have a similar issue, look. If you press the wrong. So it comes out with all weirdness. And to be honest with you, when you look at how far technology has moved along and how rapidly it's moved along, spell check is crap, isn't it?
I hate predictive. It says words you don't want in there.
Well, I sit there sometimes, I'm typing words and then it changes it.
Yeah.
So I delete it and I type it in again and it still changes it. And I might delete a word 4 or 5 times. What was it I wrote? What was it I wrote to Livy earlier? Something about takeaway. Right, here we go. Do you want take away? Oh, I don't know. Take. No, I don't know. I typed something, but also I don't know if you can see there. I typed you, but I obviously hadn't connected with the U. But when you typed a big long message and you realise you wrote yo instead of you, do you actually go back and correct it? Is it that important?
Yeah, I do it most of the time.
Right. In Japan, they find someone overweight. They are then put through a program to learn how to eat and have weight check. Not sure what happens if they don't lose weight. Yeah, that, right. So the trouble is, we are judgmental people. We see an overweight person. Now, first of all, what is overweight? Overweight is judged purely on the dress size in the Western world, isn't it?
Well, apparently.
Yeah, it's how you look. If you don't look like Twiggy, you're fat.
Yeah.
Right? So, first of all, the concept of overweight, I think, is subjective. Doctors use a BMI system, which apparently is provable that isn't effective. It's not brilliant. And then also, you've got to look at why they're overweight. I think that's important. I knew a family where I grew up. Mum was grotesquely overweight. And then as the kids were growing up, you were watching them get overweight. And then one of those kids had kids of her own, and those kids were getting overweight. Now, that's clearly a case of not knowing how to eat well, or eating, turkey Twizzlers and chips every day. Because obviously their calorie intake is outweighing, or too many crisps. Now, but then you've also got to look at why. Another reason why they got overweight is a lot of people with depression put on weight, don't they? Because they comfort eat.
Yes,
if the whole world treating you like a scumbag, and the only joy you get in your life is coming home and eating 50 packets of crisps, that's what you're going to end up doing, isn't it?
Mm.
And it's well known that certain foods triggers chemicals in your brain that make you feel good, chocolate being the best example. And if the whole world is treating you like crap, and chocolate is the only time when you don't feel like crap, you're going to eat a lot of chocolate, aren't you? So is it, in that circumstance, is it your fault you're overweight? So maybe instead of asking overweight people, oh, are you going to lose weight, and end up sort of fat shaming them, maybe a good question to ask them is, are you okay? Is everything in your life okay? Do you need a friend? Do you need to talk? Those kind of, you don't just go up to some random person and go, well, you're right. Do you want to talk to someone? Because that'd be a bit weird, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it just shows someone you care, though.
Yeah. But, the power of 3 words, how are you? Although, see, again, modern society, the etiquette answer to that is I'm fine. So yeah. So anyway, we managed to, us, why we can talk 2 hours on a 5-minute subject.
Why not?
So, and then maybe people enjoy eating bad. I mean, I try to eat better. I'm not prepared to give up all my foods that I enjoy. But at the same time, I can see that as I'm getting a bit older, I can see that my metabolism is obviously slowing down, because obviously my job doesn't help exercise-wise, because I can eat less than 2,000 calories and not lose any weight. But that's probably because I'm not burning 2,000 calories. Mainly because most of my calorie burning is done through my brain, not through my legs. Although this Flix has helped me, because we have to walk to the hotel. Well, we don't have to walk all the way to the hotel. There's quite a lot of walking involved going from the tube stations and that. Right, I've nearly done this top half. Nearly done it. Right. 336. 336. 336. 336 is larger than. There we go. Joe, I still remember how I was taught larger than and smaller than.
Oh, yeah.
It's funny, but they're crocodile teeth, you see, and crocodiles are very greedy, and they will always go for the bigger number. Can you tell I was taught larger than and smaller than at primary school?
Yeah, and I could never get the gist of it.
Yeah.
Maths, I hate it.
But you have to remember they're crocodile teeth. And crocodiles are very greedy animals. And they will always go for, if you give them a small plate of chips and a large steak, they'll always go for the large steak, even if they're not very hungry. W415. Right. Oh, one more. I thought I'd done them, but there's one more. So I'm not going to touch this bottom half. I'm going to continue to flatten the top half, and then I'm going to look after the top half better. But I'm rather happy. This bit here, I am extremely happy with. There's one or two drills that maybe 0.5 millimeter raised, which could be the drill. Although in that particular case, it wasn't. Right, so the last one on the top half is the equal sign. But the amount of work I've had to put into this top half is far, far greater than the bottom half. Like feeling this bottom half, it's probably going to take me half the time to do the bottom 2/3 through the top. Right. So Penny, are you framing the painting after you've done all you can? I'm in debate because I don't really have the space. I have the space for this, but if I keep framing and hanging up all of my diamond paintings, you can tell I'm going to run out of room pretty quickly. So this one, my boss don't know this yet, but I'm going to offer it to my boss and hope maybe he can put it up on the wall at the depot. So not only do I still get the joy out of it, but so will everyone else. The only problem with that is he might turn around and say, oh, yeah, you've just made us a lovely Flicks bus. Could you make us a McGill's bus as well? Which I could do. But I actually do have a lovely picture of one of my McGill's buses. It probably, all you professional photographers out there probably could go, yeah, that would be better if. But there's this one, which is actually in the same road but different side of the road to my Flicks. Or there's that one, and I quite like the night one, and I quite like the message that the night one would send out. If you have a Flicks bus in the daytime and a McGill's bus at night time, it's sort of, I think the message there is day and night. You know, we'll get you there day or night. You know, we're there when you want us. So, but yeah, so I might be able to, if they're going to put this up at the wall at the depot, I might be able to get them to say, right, okay, we'll sort the frame out. As that painting name belongs to us, we'll get it framed. Whereas the other one I'm working on, because it's a present, I'm guessing I would like the other person to buy the frame, but is it a little bit rude to say, oh, here's a wedding anniversary present, by the way, you've got to buy your own frame?
It's a hard one, that one, isn't it?
Yeah. It's, I know, it's like, I don't know, it's like me saying to Chris, I bought you half a box of Lego for your birthday, you got to buy the other half. And then, I know it's different with work because work are loaded, but what if my friend didn't really got the money to buy a frame? And also, if I put it in the frame for her, she could put it up on the wall the day she gets it. Right, here's a worrying one. Those drills are really out of line. There we go, that's better. So you can't see it from there. This is a good thing because I'm looking at this quite close. I can't see the detail because it doesn't really work close up. I'm looking at it. What I'm seeing is more like that, and it's not that great from that distance, is it? That just looks like a mass of colours, but you really need to sort of be a few feet away to appreciate it. That looks fab. But I'm looking at it as from about 12 inches. But whereas I'm seeing little defects, you can't see the defects because you're proper distance away. So maybe I'm being too perfectionist with this.
Could be.
There's a drill there. You can't see it, but that drill there that I'm pointing at, it's actually out of alignment by about 0.5 millimeter. So I'm stressing over it and I'm straightening them up. And now that looks a lot better. But from the distance you're looking at it, you can't see a difference, can you?
No.
So am I being over perfectionist with it?
Probably. But everyone's different.
Yeah. But it's like when what put me off figure painting for a while was when I started to do close-up photography with my mobile phone. And then I could see every brush mark in the painting. And I thought, oh my God, that's terrible. But the idea of doing figure painting is to make it look what we call tabletop standard, which is what does it look like from 3 feet away? And from 3 feet away, my figure painting looked pretty good.
Yeah.
But you know, when you play a game against somebody, you don't grab their figure and go, oh, let me have a closer look. Oh, let's have a close look. Because that's damn right rude, isn't it? Because one of my rules with tabletop gaming is you never touch anyone else's figure. It's like motorbike. It's a really funny rule with motorbikes. Number one, you don't sit on somebody else's bike without permission. That's obvious, isn't it? But the other one is it's actually rude to ask permission to sit on someone else's bike.
No idea.
Yeah, so you may never sit on anyone else's bike because it's rude to sit on the bike and it's rude to ask to sit on the bike. So you're buggered either way there, aren't you? So in other words, you're only going to sit on someone else's bike if they like you. And they want that, they're happy for someone, because some people just aren't happy, even if you're their best friend in the world, they still might not want you sitting on their bike.
True.
And you know, I think the easiest way for people to understand that is replace the word motorbike with mobile phone. Some people get very, very possessive about their phones.
They do.
And I'm actually a bit of a hypocrite, because when I'm doing Flixbus, I have to scan. When you book a Flixbus journey, you get a little barcode, like a QR code, and I have to scan that barcode. Now, if you don't expand that barcode, it struggles to scan. So you just want to get your phone and just do that and make it bigger. So I will quite happily get someone's phone. They're holding the phone. I'll just put my fingers on it and do that and make it bigger. But you touch my phone, I'll go mental. So I'm a bit of a hypocrite in that sense, aren't I? Right, I am happy with this. The bottom half is going to need going over, but I'm going to have to pull this up off the right pad. You've got an echo again.
That is so weird.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Do you want me to try refreshing?
If you want, yeah. So she's going to leave us again now, isn't she? Simple as that. Like I said before, just can't get started. Right, so, yeah, she'll be back in a moment. Yeah, sorry about this today, guys. It's not been the best stream we've ever done.
Is that better?
What's that pink bottle in the background? Oh, you're a bit posh, aren't you, with your multi-fruits? Oh, look at that. Pomegranate, lime, and... Oh, you're a bit posh there, aren't you? I can't afford to buy pomegranates to eat, let alone waste them on cleaning. Yeah, I did tell you before, didn't I? If you have a camera show in your house, I'm looking around your house. That's just how I am. So...
I won't show you too much.
Right. So I did not know Japan started the BMI system. That's why the BMI system doesn't work, because Japanese people have a completely different build from Western world, don't they? That's what it is. Because have you ever tried buying super dry products? How depressing is that? Oh, it's so depressing. So when I buy a coat or a jacket, I'm about medium, maybe sometimes large. With super dry, I'm like extra, extra, extra large. And when I buy, that's why I don't buy super dry products. I just cry because it just makes me feel, oh my God, I'm huge. But compared to Japanese build, I am.
Yeah. Totally different.
Yeah, I bought a coat before. I think it was like XXXL. It was still a bit tight on me.
Yeah.
So, but medium in Japan or China is a lot smaller than, because I'm small. I'm small in England, 5'4". So, like Chris says, people shouldn't judge anyone without knowing why. Yeah, and unfortunately, and I'm talking on the whole, not saying like everyone's an asshole, but actually considering other people is seems to be quite a new thing, doesn't it? Now we are becoming less and less judgmental, but it is a relatively new thing. And I'm as guilty as anyone else when I was young. I mean,
I've done it.
Yeah, I mentioned about the kid that I bullied because he was fat when I was a kid. I think it's just the bubbles left in the bottom. Oh, don't drink the bubbles because they go straight down your throat. My next Lego build would be, do you know what? I like that Ecto 1 build. And I'm tempted to get it because of the Ecto 1, which I'm not finishing unless some company comes in and buys out. But you know what? That's bothered me. Eagle Moss, I forget the companies now. Model Space, D'Agostini. They've bringing out a new artwork. I can't remember what it is now. I wonder if I've deleted the email. Probably have. Jesus Christ, how many emails have I had today? It's going to take me 4 days just to get through the emails. Okay. Ignore it then, because I don't think I think I might have deleted it. So they brought out a build. It's along the lines of it's one of those kind of, like they do the Disney Doll's House. This is like Moomins. That's the one. Moomins. I'll see if I can find it. And I'm umming and ahhing about it, to be honest with you. Part work. See if I can find it. So this one. Okay, this is foreign. No, right, okay. Model space. Sorry, guys. Right, let me chuck it over there so I can do a screen share. I haven't found it on the website before, but I'll see if I can. Right, new arrivals. Oh. If I can do it. Might not even be Moomins. Moomins. That's good, isn't it? I look up Moomins, I get build a legendary Cosmo Sport Mazda car. Yeah, I'd be tempted with that one actually. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I need to search my emails. See, my emails might be deleted. If I put, they go into a bin, but they might. See, I delete most of my emails anyway. Most of them, as you can probably tell from that, most of them are junk. I can't remember when the email was sent. Let's do a search on my email. That'll help, won't it? Lumens. Oh, I'm on caps lock. Right. Where's my thingy? Just looking off the folders. I think it's Moomins anyway. Oh, no results. Google space. No, it's not in there. Not in there. I think it's the Agostini. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I dreamt it then. Okay, I must have dreamt it then. I'm pretty sure I saw it anyway. But yeah, so yeah, the reason I was thinking about it is it's not my cup of tea, but it looked a nice build, and Harshets bought the Disney Doll's House out, and I've heard a lot of people say it's not their cup of tea, but it's a nice build. So, but I have said there's a lot of part works out there that I'd like to do, but there's other stuff I'd rather do. But like that Mazda, I'm not really into cars, but that Mazda, it's a 1:8 scale car, but you also get the engine in a larger scale as well as, and the engine is it 1:4 scale? I can't remember, but it's nice because of the model. It's a 1:2 scale of the engine and a 1:8 scale version of the car. And it's actually the engine. It's don't know what, and if any of you guys know much about engines, I believe it's called a Wankel engine, something like that. So I'm giving you this in basic terms because that's the best knowledge I can give you. Engines work on the basis of pistons going up and down. And then what it does is when the piston goes up, the fuel is injected or placed in or whatever. Then the piston comes down, it compresses it all, it ignites it, and you get the boom, and then the piston goes up. The way the Wankel engine works is you've got this triangle, and then it goes round and round, and I think the fuel comes in one bit, and then as it's moved round, and because of the shape of this triangle, it does all of this, injecting the fuel, compressing it, and it works differently. and it's quite an interesting, because pistons going up and down, you understand how that works. But suddenly now you've got this triangle going round and it looks really weird. And you're like, how the hell does that work? And it's really interesting. And it's got a really cool name. Wanker engine. What's cooler than that for a name? And it's one of those names where I know a lot of you are sniggering when I say that name. So I'll have to take the lid out. Oh, I just thought actually, if I keep this straw, I might be able to drink my solid milkshake. I'm going
to have to get a drink.
That's no worries. You go and get a drink. These look like little cherries.
Right, this is how much I've done so far.
Blimey. So have you been working on more of the pink, or have you been working? That hair looks lovely, actually. I really do like that.
I've been working on that part.
Yeah. So are you now on that middle of that hair?
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's black. Loads of black there.
Yeah, I bet there's a lot of colours in that hair, isn't there?
Yep. Deep shades of purple. I know. And all sorts. It's weird. I've never seen it like that. But then it comes together when you look at it far away.
But that's how it works, isn't it? It does all come together in the end.
But when you're looking at it, and I'm thinking, why have I got pink in there?
Yeah. But remember the destination blind on the flicks. We were all like, I think we were all worried about that, weren't we? And then once it was finished, we're like, oh, actually, that looks really good.
Yeah.
And it does look exactly like the picture. So if the destination blind is wrong, it's not the diamond painter's fault, it's the photographer's fault.
Oh, yeah, well. I want the picture taken on this one. It's actually from a very old phone back when I was 23, so...
that is you, is it?
Yeah, that's me.
I didn't want to be rude.
With my little Kieran.
So that little Kieran is probably bigger than you now, is he?
Oh, yeah. 17 now.
Wow. I bet he's huge now, isn't he? Because kids are so big these days, aren't they?
Yeah.
Right, so I've done all of the drills bar about 3, but because they're on the bottom half, what I do is the way I store this, it'll actually go like that, where I store it. So that's that. So that's nice and safe now. So Mark says, you say you got to get a drink.
Yeah.
Mark says, I'm sniggering, LOL, showing my mental age now. That is the funniest explanation on how engines work I have ever heard. Yet you're not really wrong. Yeah, I'm very much a layman's, but I know that's the principle of pistons anyway. I know how to explain it, but I don't really understand it. But yeah, it's yeah. But that's why I'm one of the things but to be honest with you, if I want a model to show me how an engine works, there's a couple of good Revel engine models out there that it creates a working model. So I'm probably just as well off using those, buying those. So that milkshake is still solid. Jesus Christ, that's heart attack in a pot, that is. Right. So through the keyhole with, there we go. Also Route Master. I did the Route Master bus and I loved it. And I think even if you're not a bus lover, I still think it's a great model. One of the things that I like about it is obviously because it's double-decker bus, you can take the roof off look inside the top deck, and then you can take the top deck off. The way they've done it all, you know, obviously they have if you put a block, if you put a block on and then there's going to be another block on top, they leave the little studs exposed. But if it is actually the outside, you get a smooth bit. And what you get is with the roof and the top deck, the bit below it is quite a lot of smooth on it. So the top deck is only actually attached by about 2 or 3 blocks. So if you hold it and you lift it up, it comes off really easily. The drawback of that is when you lift the bus up, you have to lift the bus up by the bottom of the bus. You can't pick it up from the top because the top deck will just come off. Yeah. So through the keyhole with Penny. Teresa says hi all. Eagle Moss, hello. Eagle Moss did the Ecto one. What are you drinking then? You can't be drinking coffee because you've gone way too quick. Oh, you got one of those posh machines, have you? You just go in and demand coffee and you get it.
I got a huge cup.
Wow. I'm surprised we weren't gone for days making a cup in that. So yeah, you know what? That's I'm going to take that as a huge compliment from Love Minis, because I know Love Minis. That's a little bit more you're quite an expert in that field, aren't you? So her saying, yeah, you're not really wrong. I'll take that. So right, so my next diamond painting.
You got it out yet?
What's that?
You got that one out yet?
Oh, it's under here somewhere. Well, it was anyway. Here it is. Oh, so I've done well. It's only buried under about 50 different things. So this will actually be quite a nice, easy one to do. So I got this from, I believe, I got it from Smith's Beads. I know that for a fact. I believe it was about $3.99. It was reduced, and I think it's absolutely lovely. It's not going to be on a par with my customs, because my custom was a lot more money. But I think that's all right, and it comes with a picture frame. So all you got to do is just undo that. I'm not going to undo it yet, but so take that off you go. And of course you can use your nice release paper on this, because this is poured glue. So it is a round partial, but maybe the word partial doesn't do that justice, because it's a partial because it's not a full. But look how much makes it a partial. So that's got a good 3/4 filled up with drills. So I think that'd be a bit cruel calling that a partial, but it's not wrong. The drills are all special as opposed to regular. And like you've got these ones B there. They're nice big chunks. They're more gems than they are drills, aren't they?
Yeah, crystal typed, yeah.
Yeah. So that one looks like ordinary drills. So would these be ABs? Because these have got proper. Hang on a minute. These numbers aren't DMC numbers. Otherwise, they're all 3708, 3708, 3708. All the way there to 3708.
Yeah, but you got to look at the numbers and the letters.
They're either a product code or this whole design is being done in the same color. So yes,
well, above them you got the numbers and the letters.
Yeah, you've got the code numbers. So the only issue I have with this is but they're all special drills, so you're not really going to be able to keep them anyway. But I do take a little bit of issue when they don't give you the DMC numbers. But like I say, these are crystals rather than drills. So, but they're nice. They're all right. And I think because of the size of it, I think I could be tempted to take bag number 1, do every single one of 1 on it, then take bag number 2 and do, because it's a lot smaller. So shall we start one?
Yeah, go ahead.
We've been streaming for 2 hours and 50 minutes. Shall we do, say, bag 1?
Yeah.
Anyone object to me doing some diamond painting on a diamond painting stream? Just a tiny touch of sarcasm in there, wasn't it? So I am going to keep these drills when I'm finished, but I don't really know if I should, if I need to. You know, I might be tempted to do these. You are joking me. Wow. So these drills be, can you see them? Yeah, there we go. So how many are there in there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, about 15. Right. You only want 2. So yeah, it's I think it's fair to say they're generous with them. What do I want? Scissors.
Scissors.
Scissoroonies. Where we go. So might as well do B first then, mightn't we? Trying to just cut just enough that they can come out without the rest falling out. 1, 2. See, I'm looking at this and I'm just thinking, kids, this would be absolutely perfect, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And there is kids out there that do it.
Yeah. I will just say you are not going to use the tray to knock that one round the right way. Right. That's one colour done. End of stream. So I think I'm going to end up using lots of bits of release paper on this, though, because once you've done a few colours, that ain't going to sit on there, right? Is it anymore?
No, I always end up putting it off and using the release paper anyway. I
think I'm just going to...
I just take it all off. Well, I haven't with me on this one because I've kept it folded for now till the table comes. So
release paper, in case you've never seen it, Smiths, please do this wonderful release paper. Now, it does come with a big warning, big warning.
Yeah.
Watch this paper. It has got 2 different coatings on it. You've got the front and the back. I'm not even going to go through the warning with you. I'm just going to tell you a very quick summary. But let's use the one that is open.
Yeah, I had to ask Mike what that meant.
What the warning meant?
Yeah, the warning bit on it. Because I couldn't read it.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, sorry. I was about to take the mickey out of you then, and then I just suddenly realised don't take the mickey out of Natasha's reading skills.
I do my best sometimes.
Oh, it's fine. It's, you know, if you were a college professor, I'd be like, what? No. You have 2 sides. There's one side. That's a waxy. It feels like greaseproof paper, maybe. Whereas on the other side, it's a bit duller and it feels like smooth school toilet paper. The easiest way to do it is you put it down. I can run my fingers down there. There's no friction at all. And on this side, there's a lot more friction. It's not sticky. It's just a bit more friction. This frictiony side, this shiny side, that's the side you want to place down, right? It's, if you stick it this duller side down, it's like sticking a piece of paper to a sticky, and you're going to be in a world of hate.
Yeah.
So, shiny side down. place it on, and then when you pull it off, it's going to come off easily. I do not want to demonstrate what happens if you do the other side, but what I am going to do, because it's a small diamond painting, I'm going to cut these into 4. My choice, you don't have to, but I just think that will enable me to, obviously the straighter I can cut, the better. Oh, so I dropped that piece of paper and it almost landed the way I didn't want it to land. So by doing this, it means I can now deal with smaller sections. I may have, because of the way I'm doing this, I may have to cut that smaller still, but I am going to, we'll see how I go. Let's put the release paper on as we go. Right, so I'm going to do number 1. I might not do these in order. If I'm having a bit of a struggle with some of the release paper, I might do a certain colour so that I don't have to use the release paper in that particular area anymore. So these drills look like they're regular size. Yeah, they look about regular size. It's just the 2 drills that are being used for the eyes that are different size. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of this kind of paper. Someone else will say, oh, poured glue round drills, my favorite. I personally prefer double-sided tape and square drills. I'm not going to put the light pad on because with this being a piece of card, it's a bit of a pointless exercise, isn't it?
Yeah, no point. You're not going to see anything.
And there's no training wheels on these, so to speak. So you have to get it as much as you can in the square. So that might be out a little bit. But that's not too bad, is it?
No.
And I trying to think how to say it. There you go. I need a bit of release paper there. Just somewhere I can put my hand. So I think I'm just going to end up manipulating this release paper depending on where my hand's going to be. I think this is, so when I did the Flix bus, the picture looked okay. It didn't look fantastic. And then once I got the drills on, it looked amazing.
Yep.
This looks quite blocky, quite bleh. But you can see that once the drills are on there, it's going to look pretty good. But it is small as well, so it's not going to look as fantastic as my Flix or that tiger that you did.
Oh yes, underneath the table.
Yeah. But for what this is and what I'm paying for, I think it's absolutely amazing. And I didn't realise, I probably didn't look. It wasn't a case I didn't know. I think I just didn't look. I didn't know they were sparkly, like sort of AB drills kind of thing. So that was a little bit of a bonus for me. But yeah, I'll be able to wake up in the morning to a sparkly wolf.
Yep.
On my sideboard. And I still am kicking myself for giving the last one I had away. Not because I gave it away, but because the person I gave it to didn't bother with it.
Right.
So that was where I'm gutted. You know, you give someone, it's like me with gift. You give me a gift, I will treasure that gift.
Yeah.
I have got lots and lots of tat, which I will not get rid of because they were gifts, which is a bit of a weakness of mine, because people might see things and they go, well, that's a load of crap. And I go, it is, but it was given to me. True. So the value of the tat is it's the value is in the fact that someone's took the time and trouble and thought, well, they've either gone perfect for Penny, or they've gone, oh, that's a load of shit, I don't really want that anymore. How can I, oh, I know, I'll give it to Penny, she'd just treasure anything. I'm sure people don't. So yeah, so if someone had given this to me, I would be wonderful, and I'd be doing my absolute best to make it. And
yeah,
have I got any ones up here? See, do you know what? Even just for that little bit, I think it looks quite nice. It looks like Wolf will makeup now, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Almost, you know, we brought the beautician in and we've sorted the eyes out.
Yeah.
So, ooh. You know that first pull when you get the cover paper and it's just that first pull.
Yeah.
It's on there rather well. In fact, actually, it's sticking really well. This actually is double side, two different sides, isn't it? Have you ever noticed that with poured glue?
Yeah.
If you you put it back on the way it came, you'll get it off okay. But sometimes if you put it on the other way round, it'll come off, but it's quite difficult. I need some cover paper on that. And this is why I don't like poured glue, because I don't. It's not the poured glue I have a problem with; it's the cover paper you get for it.
Yeah, I have a bit of trouble with that as well, because it rips while you're trying to go to the next place. And you're like, where is it?
This isn't going to rip. This is actually pretty good quality. For the price I paid for this, you'd think it'd be cheap and cheerful, but actually it's not. I think this is worth a lot more. Well, obviously it's worth more than I paid for because it was reduced, but I think it's worth more than the actual original resale price. So I did notice, yeah, Smith's Bees has put the link to this actual product in. So let me find my stream on YouTube, and then I can see that. I can't see the link in StreamYard. It doesn't show it as a link. It shows it as text. There we go. So you've put the prices up. They have increased the prices, guys, by 1p. So that is reduced. That's half price. So Crystal Creations Wolf Edition. Let's get creative with this fantastic Crystal Creations Wolf Edition kits. Using the sparkling crystals, create a stunning masterpiece and enjoy the 12 vivid colors. With this full kit of everything it includes you need. With this kit full of everything you need. So you get over 1,000 crystals. I am going to take your word for that. One color-coded adhesive canvas, one designer crystal stylus. Can I be honest with you and saying you're being a bit creative with that one? Designer crystal stylus. Well, no, you're not actually, because someone's designed that, haven't they? So it is designer. One silicone gun, one tray. So that's a white, I call that a white green tray. Because it's not a white. See, a white tray to me has the spout. The green one doesn't have the spout. So I call that a white green one. But no, it's better than you would expect. At that price, you're expecting something along the lines of what you'd get from Amazon or AliExpress or something, but you're getting a lot better than that. So That's why I picked it up. And it's at a price that's worth trying, I think, as well. You know, if this came out as a load of tat, I ain't really wasted my money, have I?
So I'm concentrating and working on
I
a big
did notice
patch
that you do ignore me completely when you're concentrating. Right. You know
when one is just not going the way you want it to.
Yeah. On the one hand, I'm enjoying this and want to carry on. On the other hand, if I do carry on, it'll get finished quicker, and then I'm going to have to work on Snowbus. Although I am tempted to say to you guys, I'm not actually going to do Snowbus next. I might do Wolf. Oh, so annoyed.
Right.
I found... So obviously I've got that, which I want to work on. That's rather nice. I actually found another one of these, this bit of paper, for another Smith's Beads ones that I'd bought. I think it was called Wolf 8. And it was two wolves looking at each other. And I completely and utterly forgotten about it. And it's one of my lost canvases. So I can't do it. I've just found out why I can't stir this milkshake. It's got lumps in it. And I think they're lumps of who puts whole brownies in a milkshake? Look, it's got a big lump in it.
You wanted to try it.
How big do you want to measure? I probably have got a tape measure, but I'm going to say no because I don't know where it is. If I've got one nearby, it'll be in here. I don't really want to have a big fudge around because I'm still streaming. Ah, there we go.
Thank you.
Stroke of luck. So what are you going to revent and watch that grumpy bit? Are you now going to be doing loads of DIY in your room again?
I'm going just to measure for my bed to change the place.
You're going to change your whole bedroom around, are you? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. When V takes a tape measure into his bedroom, I worry. No, he's measuring his bed. Now that worries me because that means he wants to put something else in his bedroom. And I don't mind when he puts tables and chairs and things in his bedroom. It's when he decides he's knocking out one of the cupboards in his wardrobe. Oh, did I tell you about that?
No, I don't think you did.
So basically what had happened, I had the most awful day at work. In fact, the last thing I'd said at work was something along the lines of, fuck this shit, I'm not coming in anymore.
Yeah.
And I left. And they were actually thought I was genuine because they did ring me the next morning. But, so I'd said that at work, gone home, walked in the house, and V calls me. I walk in his room, and there's wood and rubble everywhere. And what he'd done, we've got these walk-in wardrobes with a cupboard above the top. Yeah. What he's done is he's knocked the bottom of the cupboard out to make the wardrobe higher, and he's trying to make a shelf at the bottom. So he has to hang the wardrobe is now like 8 foot in the air. It's about 2 foot. Well, it's about ceiling height, right? And I'm going, what the hell? We aren't fucking 17 foot tall. So no, see, I'm 5'4". I can't reach my cupboard.
Yeah.
Standing on something. He's like massively tall. He can touch the ceiling without stepping his toes. But I can't. And I'm like, what are you doing? Because I'm like, well, what happens when you move out? what happens if there's someone 3 foot tall moves in? They're not going to be able to hang their clothes, are they? So, and in the end, I just went, you know what? I'm going to bed. I've had enough. So long as it's all put back together when you move out, I don't care.
Yeah.
And, but yeah, I do worry. But then, like, when he wanted to paint his room, I said, not a problem. Because I was planning on painting like 1 or 2 rooms a year.
Yeah.
And sort of in rotation. And I wanted to do the hallway first. But when he asked to do his room, I said, all right, fair enough. I'll do your room and I'll just do the hallway next year. And then he said he wants the back wall black. And I'm a bit worried about that because how's that one going to turn out? But actually, in the end, I said, okay, well, fine. When you move out, I want you to paint that wall white again. But in actual fact, it's turned out really nice.
Has it?
It's got 1 black wall at the back, but it kind of, where he's got 3 white walls and 1 black wall, it kind of makes the room feel sort of medium grey all over. Rather than white on this side and black on that side.
Yeah.
The only thing that worried me was he wanted black paint. I got him black paint. He was with me when I bought the black paint. And then after he painted it, he said it's the wrong shade of black. Now, the shade he actually wanted, and I apologise to all you non-figure painters, it's more of a Skaven black, Skaven blight black or something. It's a very very slight. That was a slip of the tongue, I promise you. It's a very slight off black.
Yeah.
I suppose a similar colour. I don't know if I can, if I've got it to hand. Now I've got too much junk to open everything up, but it's more of a rubber black. If you added maybe 50 parts black, 1 part white, it's that kind of, it's still black, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I just went, well, right, well, look, I got you the black. If you want a different colour, you go and buy all the stuff. And I bought him plastic sheeting, masking tape, and rather than fold it all up, chuck it in the attic, and we can use it when we decorate another room, he's chucked it all in the bin. So I said, right, well, you're going to need all that. You're going to go out and buy it. And he's never changed it since. So, yeah, so it is black now. But in all fairness, it looks better than I thought it was going to look.
Yeah, because everyone doubts it, don't they, to start off with?
Well, you know, it's if
one of
someone
them.
says they want to paint their room black, you instantly think goths, don't you? But actually, it was done really tastefully. I'm going to do number 2s, and then that's all I'm going to do on this one. But yeah, no, it does look nice. So it's kind of made me rethink. I'm not going to do any of my rooms black, but it's made me think that some odd colour combinations could actually look quite good. But I'm just thinking about my kitchen. I've got, obviously, when I first moved in, I just got things, you know, a kettle and this, that, and the other. I'm not really worried about anything. Now I'm starting to maybe think, get stuff that's color coordinated.
Yeah.
Kind of does restrict you a bit, mainly to like the yellows and the greens, and so I don't know. I don't know what to do with the kitchen. So
But grey can go with anything, near enough.
Well, there's that, yeah. But
it gets a bit boring, grey.
Well, I think kitchen should be bright colours. Bright makes me happy, and when I'm happy when I'm cooking, you know, I want to cook. If it's a dull, depressing colour, I'm not going to want to go in the kitchen and cook so much.
True.
So I'm going to eat more junk food because I can't be bothered to cook.
Yeah.
So I really want a nice colour that's. So I'm thinking fresh colours. So greens and yellows, but green might be a good colour for kitchen because that's like the colour of fresh vegetables with lots of nutrients in them. Feel good. So, and we know from my diamond painting that green is a surprisingly good colour.
Yeah.
I did buy that custom on the basis of I ain't really a fan of green, but that is the colour of the coach.
True.
And then when I've done it, I'm like, you know what, actually I really like this. So maybe sort of a pea green colour. So bedroom's definitely going to be purple.
Thought that.
Yeah. If I do the bedroom at all, yeah, I suppose I should. Living room, don't know. Don't really know about the living room. Maybe grey.
Yeah. Because you can add colours to it.
Yeah, it kind of covers all See, a lot of electrical equipment is black and silver now, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I do quite like wooden furniture, and I do want to get a dining table. I really would like a dining table, and we have a rule that all meals are taken at the table. I have now introduced or reintroduced the rule that if someone is watching TV in the living room, you are not allowed to watch that same program in another room. You have to then come into the living room and watch it. Because what's the point in, I can't think of anything, but say I'm watching Doctor Who live broadcast in the living room, and then V's in his bedroom watching Doctor Who live as it's broadcast. It's much better to be both sitting in the living room enjoying the program at the same time with him and sharing that experience. Obviously we don't watch live TV, but you know, if he decides he's going to watch a film on Netflix, come and watch it in the front room, and I'll join him. And then if I go, you're watching something crap, I really can't get into this, then by all means go in my room and watch something else.
Yeah.
But I've also said that I'm not keen on having a TV in my room because it might encourage me to spend more time in my room. And now I've got my house with my lounge and my TV and my sofa. What's the point of me spending my time in my room?
True.
Unless I actually want to go to bed, or I'm going to my room because maybe I want to be alone or something different. Now that's really nice already, look.
Yeah, it's looking good.
This is going now, can't you?
Yeah.
So, do you know what? You guys continue to surprise me. We have got 7 viewers.
Have we?
Yeah, I got 7 viewers listening to me about my choice of colours in my house. So either they are all as boring as me, or maybe they're interested in decor ideas.
Who knows? Either way, no harm.
I know some people that are just happy to get to their kitchen.
Yeah.
I'm actually trying to be a little bit of a light presser on this. I don't know if it shows, but because I haven't got the we haven't got lines, they're just symbols only.
Yeah.
So until I actually, I think I'm putting them in the middle of the square, but it's probably not until I start placing the drills next to it that I'll know that for sure.
True. It's always the way, though.
Yeah. But I like to try and get my adaptability scores up.
Mm.
I like that.
You liking it?
Yeah. It's only got 2 colours on it, so it's not looking anywhere near as amazing as it's going to. But it's just each colour you add, it's just adding something to it.
Yeah.
Because
it always does, doesn't it?
Yeah. Without the drills on, it is just a flat flat 2-dimensional. No, that's not really going to stay on much more, so I might as well get rid of that. And so remember, guys, wax side, not wax. It's wax on, not wax off. Really need some release paper on that side. But this is why I don't like doing it by colour. I like to do a square, because now I've got this bit in between, which my hand's sticking to. But when I finish number 2, I probably would prefer to do A rather than 3, because that will fill the middle of that ear in.
True.
And then there'll be less for my hand to stick to. But I might just need to rearrange these a bit. That'll do. That'll do. And there's a bit there. So if I stick that on like that, that's going to expose all of the number 2. I said I was only going to do 1 colour, didn't I?
Yeah, but if you're comfortable doing more, you're comfortable, aren't you?
Well, I think that might tell you how good this... If this was a load of crap, you know I wouldn't finish it.
No.
So I think that is a self-reviewing. You know, Penny said she was only going to do 1 colour, and she couldn't stop, and she ended up doing... Well, I'm going to say I've done 2 colours, because I don't really want to count those eyes as a colour, although technically it is. But, you know, you can't put 2 drills on and go, right, that's done. But I think the fact that I am obviously unable to stop would be a good review in itself, wouldn't it?
Mm.
So hopefully Mike is now sitting there going, oh, for Christ's sake, I was hoping to go to bed, but I've just got 58 orders coming for the Wolf Crystal Creations. Oh, it's only 9:45. He's not due in bed for about another 58 hours, is he?
Yeah, no, it's the way it feels for him sometimes, isn't it?
I feel bad for him. He's I know he's in bed quite late and he's up quite early, and I don't know how he manages. And here's me moaning because I only get about 9 hours sleep at night.
Yeah.
And he's probably, although he's got sympathy for me, he's probably inside he's thinking, really, I wish I had as much sleep as that.
True.
But, right. Love minis, red and white. I wouldn't like red and white in a kitchen. I'll just spat bloody milkshake all over the light pad. I wouldn't like red and white in a kitchen, although it's quite appropriate because that's more of a butcher shop colours, isn't it?
Mm.
Or a barber.
Yeah, red and white, blue. It used to be to do with war, where they could, didn't know if you know it. It's to do with the nurses helping during the war in the barber shop. That's why it's always got them pole things, red, white, and blue.
I thought it was because if they cut a little bit too deep and end up cutting your ears off, the red hides it up. Didn't barbers used to do something else? Didn't they do autopsies or something like that?
Don't know.
Or
I know of the war one.
Yeah.
They used to help the nurses and doctors somewhere for them to go. That's all I can remember.
What, like a resting place?
Yeah, sort of thing.
Okay.
Help the nurses and everything like that. Doctors.
That's nice.
That's why the poles are always red, white, and blue.
Okay, fair enough.
Might not got that perfectly right, but
no,
I know
you
to
might
do
have
with
done
it.
Yeah, I know why. I don't know what you're allowed to call them now. I know why lollipop men or lollipop ladies have that black line across their little lollipop stick.
Hmm.
Do you know?
Nope. Would stop traffic in it.
No. But why is that symbol? Obviously, it says stop children, but there's a black bit goes across the middle. Traditionally, that's a little piece of chalkboard.
Oh, really?
And if someone fails to stop, the crossing lady, lollipop lady, whatever you want to call them, they just write their registration number down on it.
Oh, okay.
We can deal with that later on then. And the word of a lollipop lady is sufficient. If a lollipop lady says that you failed to stop, that is enough evidence in court.
Yeah.
Because it is. I know we all might laugh at our lollipop ladies, but it is a position.
No, I don't.
No, but some people ask just some old woman or some old man. I don't think maybe it's quite the job it used to be, but then most jobs go like that, don't they?
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think it's a really important job.
Well, yeah, I think it's important to get the kids across the road safely to school.
You know, I know you don't necessarily appreciate it quite so much as a kid, but
no.
Mum's sitting at home really not worrying because, you know, the biggest worry that my mum had was that she told me to only cross where the crossing lady is.
Yeah.
And her biggest worry is, did I actually do that, or did I take the shortcut at the top of the road and cut across the grass? But I was scared of my mum more than I was scared of getting run over.
Yeah.
So I didn't cross at the top often. Right, okay, I am doing my last one of the night. So I think I've given this a double compliment by doing 3 when I said I'm only going to do 1.
Well, it just goes to show you're enjoying it more than you thought.
Would I have done 3 colours had I actually done some proper diamond painting earlier today? I don't know. So I'm doing the A's just to fill in a little bit in the middle. As you can see, when I'm working over here, my arm's sticking.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that by doing these A's, it just stops it from sticking. But now I'm seeing that I want to do the zeros next to fill in those A's. How long this would take me from start to finish. I don't know how fast I work compared to the average diamond painter.
I think everyone's got their own speeds.
Yeah, but I don't know. Am I above average or below it? I suppose it depends what I'm doing. I felt really slow today on that other one. I'm spending all that time finding the one single drill that I've got to place. And it was.
We all do that.
It was almost depressing, but then once you finally finished that particular square, I can't wait till I've finished it, give it to my friend, and I can show you the pictures because it is coming out. And don't worry, Mike, I will get you pictures before it's finished because I know you won't spill the beans. But it is really good, and I think it's possibly going to be better than the Flixbus. I know I'm making a big call there because I thought the Flixbus was amazing. But I even think that blue. Well, Mike sent me some renders for the blue coach.
Oh yeah.
I've got a couple of doubts with it, with the size that I want. I think it's a little bit too blocky, just slightly. But I've got to sit down. I've not really. See, trouble is, when he sent me the renders, I was working at the time. So it was a case of I'll sort that out when I get the chance to. And then by the time I got finished work and had a bit of a rest, now it's another day and it gets forgotten. And now I'm sitting here thinking, oh yeah, I remember that now, yeah. So but I will give that a good look at. Now that I've done a custom, I know. So obviously when you see the render, it's still not going to come out the same as that. So now that I've seen the render and finished the diamond painting, I know what I'm looking for on the render a little bit more. Does that make sense? Because it's like it kind of goes through this process of going better, worse, better. So you got the picture, which is obviously perfect. Then Mike will give you the render and it'll look a little bit blocky. It won't look as good. And then you get the actual diamond painting. So it's only a picture and it don't look that good because it's a bit flat. And then you put the drills on and it looks much better. But it never look as good as the photo because it's made up of squares rather than pixels, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense.
Good.
I think it did.
I've just dropped a couple of drills, but rather than trying to pick them up, I just moved them onto the spot where they should go. Right, I need more cover paper there. So, yeah, and I've just seen the message. Oh, that's interesting. So that drill I just placed is going to have to come off. It's, these drills, they've got silver bases on them and the crystal on top of the silver bit. This particular drill has got no silver bit on it. Oh. Don't know if you can see that.
Oh, yeah.
So you can actually see through it. So, afraid that's going in the bin. But it looked quite interesting. I could actually see the letter A through the drill. But because they've all got silver on and that one had, if none of them had silver on the bottom, probably would have been all right. But I'm not moaning about one defect drill, because these have probably got a different process to be made than normal drills. Right. Love Mini, strange name for crossing job. Yeah, we call them lollipop ladies because they hold a stick with a round sign on it, and it looks like a lollipop.
Yeah.
But allegedly, you're not allowed to call them lollipop people anymore. I always call them lollipop men and women.
I do that.
But
that's what we used to call them when we were younger.
Yeah, but apparently you're not allowed to call men men, and you're not allowed to call women women, or I don't know. I don't understand the rules of being offensive anymore.
No, I don't. I think it's gone too politically correct too much.
Yeah, I'm really confused.
Yeah.
You know, if you want to offend someone in the past, you had to work at it, and you called them a nasty name, or you spilt their pint, or you punched them in the face.
Yeah.
Now, apparently, if my trousers don't match my jumper properly, that's the whole pub is going to hate me for it, or something. Or do you know what? I blame these modern pubs. You know, you know the ones that rather than having men or women toilets, they have like they have an animal, and they choose the male and female name of the animal.
Yeah.
And then because some people aren't quite as well educated, they don't know where to go. You know, am I a sow, or am I a buck, or I don't know, whatever it is.
Yeah.
So
that would be an interesting one.
Well, it wouldn't be so bad if I went into a dog-themed pub, because I know I'm a bitch. And everybody knows I'm a bitch.
Well, I think we all can be one now and again.
Yeah. I do like this colour, you know.
Oh, you liking it?
Well, colour number 1 or 2, or whatever the last one I did, it's kind of a goldeny brown.
Yeah.
And this A it's a very light colour. It's not really a nice brown. It's not like a brown I'd write home about, but sitting next to the one next to it, isn't that nice?
Mm.
But that's the same. Yeah. I say this is my little cliche, isn't it? This colour isn't really that good on its own, but when combined with something else, it looks fabulous. Neither of those browns are pretty exciting, actually, but together
they look better.
This is more of a latte colour, you know, a white coffee kind of a colour. A very white coffee, not just a splash of milk, but a good old dose of milk in your coffee. Sitting maybe next to a cup of hot chocolate. No, I'm liking this. So if you want to do a quick, simple one, I don't know what you'd do with it afterwards. Would you seal that with PVA? We wouldn't recommend it in them sizes. Yeah. Right. Okay. Too much background detail for the size of the bus. Yeah, maybe I did push that one a bit much. But yeah, so I've got to sit, and I might have to do like 100 by 100 on that one, or I might have to just cancel the whole idea and then just go, Mike, can you just crop this so that it looks a bit better? But then I'll see that bus again. So if it's not really a good idea, then I'll just have to use that bus again another time. We've used that bus on Flixbus. So if we have I think we've got 4 buses that are painted up in Flix colours. So that means that if they're ever off the road, we've got to use the blue one. And customers get confused. But then given that they come up to a bright green bus and ask if we're the mega bus, I don't think it's going to take a lot to confuse them, is it?
No, not really, when they're used to one colour, aren't they?
Yeah.
You know, they're used to seeing one type, aren't they?
No,
really,
but they come up to us anyway. Mega buses are blue and our buses are green. The number of customers we get up to coming up to us and going, "Are you the mega bus?" But my favourite is when they have a rule. See, now if you tell them a rule, like you can't have children on the bus without a baby seat, they suddenly remember it's not a mega bus because they go, well, we're allowed to on mega buses.
Yeah.
And then I just look at my bus and I go, well, sorry, madam, but last time I looked, that's not a mega bus. Yes, I'm sarcastic, I know. Maybe I should get more slaps in the face than I have actually received. But if you come up and ask a stupid question, don't you deserve a stupid answer?
So that's what I do. Don't ask me a stupid question because you're going to get a stupid answer most of the time.
Why the stupid response? Well, you started
it. Yeah. I do that a lot.
Yeah. And that follows my rule of treat people the way you'd want to be treated. If I say something stupid to you, I would like to be reminded that I am being rather stupid right now, because that will help me. Oh, actually, that was a bit stupid, wasn't it? Yeah, okay, I'll have to sort myself out. So I think I'm doing a public service. Yeah, I like this. I'm liking this a lot.
You're liking it?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, all things considered, it's not, it's a little picture to put by the side of your bed or something in your bedroom.
Or on the windowsill.
Or the windowsill, or wherever you want to put it.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be highly detailed because of the size of it. But all things considered, I really like this. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's a little bit different, especially when I've just been doing that other one, which is just so confetti heavy. Maybe this is the little break I just need. But I'm just going to have to just do a little bit of an eyebrow frame thing there. But there's an awful lot of A on this, if I will admit, because I only want to do just a little bit on it. If I knew there was that much, in fact, I might just do the A that's exposed and then call it a night, because there's all the A goes all the way down. Isn't that a Scouser's favourite letter? A. Calm down. A.
Oh, yeah.
That's probably offensive there, and I'll get my channel banned for 30 days and demonetized through racism or so. I don't know. Does anybody know what's offensive or what isn't anymore? Apparently a lot of comedians are getting cancelled because their acts are being very non-PC. And I don't know who goes, like, I've never seen Jimmy Carr in concert. Would you call it in concert with a comedian? Right. But I know what Jimmy Carr's act is about. Right. I've seen him on TV. So if I buy a ticket for Jimmy Carr, I know exactly what I'm going to get for my money. So why the hell, when I buy a ticket, and then complain I'm offended by his jokes.
I know. I don't get it myself.
No. I mean, one of the things he jokes about a lot is being a paedophile. Right? Now, that's a very, very touchy subject.
Yeah.
So, you know, if that upsets you, do not go and see Jimmy Carr. But is it really fair that you should destroy his livelihood just because of something that you don't believe in? But yeah, there was someone more recently, I forget who his name is, but he's been doing this very similar style act for donkey's years, and he's been doing it at he does like a regular tour, so people can see him at certain venue virtually the same time every year. Someone's put a big complaint in about him, but did Joe Brand have the police called on her? Someone actually reported one of her jokes to the police. But anyway, yeah, this guy got cancelled by a lot of the venues because of a complaint. And yet that puppetry of the penis is a rather popular act, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not one that I've seen, but it's a bit of a strange one. Although aren't some of the guys on that disabled?
I think so, yeah.
You're not allowed to complain about disabled people, are you? You're only allowed to complain about them if they're white male. Maybe that's what it is. Right. Love Minnie says, gotta go. I have a good one. I'll have a good ones. Yeah, you take care, Love Minnies. Thank you.
Bye, Love Minnies.
Always appreciated. Right, what are we doing for time? Only 10 o'clock. Only 4 hour stream today. Well, less than that, because we didn't start on time, did we?
No.
V wanted to have a conversation.
I know.
Really funny. No, he's a funny guy.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, so let me run a scenario past you, but not naming names or anything. So let's supposing you have a partner and you know, relationship's going well, and an ex-flame comes along, an ex-recent flame comes along, and they're still single, and you want to go out for a drink with them. Just that. And what should you do? And my response is, I think your partner should know that you're going out with an ex-flame, because I think it's better that your ex-partner knows that you're going out with an ex-flame for lunch or something, as opposed to went out last night with an ex-flame.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter how much your partner says nothing happened, bit of your brain is not going to believe that.
Yeah, definitely.
So, but I've always said, I'm like Fee's girlfriend. Sorry, I like this person's girlfriend. Sorry, I like this person's other half. And I've always said to them, if this other person upsets you, breaks up, you know, treats you badly, I'm going to go after them. But likewise, if you upset them, I'm coming after you. Because that's how much I like both of them. So, not that my opinion actually matters. You know, it's not down to me to approve other people's girlfriends and boyfriends. You know, if you met a guy, Natasha, and I went, yeah, I don't like him, it shouldn't influence your shouldn't influence you at all, should it?
No. I'm still going to go ahead and do it.
And so you should. And so you should, but yeah.
And then I'll go, yep, that person was right.
Yeah, but even then, if you break up with him and I was right, the last thing I should be saying is, see, I told you.
Yeah, true.
I think that would be a horrible thing to say. But you see, I'm not... I know people that would be like, if you dated someone, I'd be like, oh, he's wonderful and he's handsome and blah, blah. And then you split up with him and I'll go, oh, I never did like him anyway. That's what they think you want to hear.
Yeah.
And I'd be like, if I'm saying he's lovely during your relationship, when you split up, if you split up, I'd be like, oh, that's a real shame. I did like him, but never mind, things happen. Time to sort your life out and get on with it.
Yeah.
Which is not always what people want to hear, but tough titties with me. Right, so it looks a little bit battle makeup at the moment, but the bits
good though.
Yeah, it's the bits that are done look really nice. So I really like this. It's a shame I'm only saying to 3 people, but it's yeah. So Mike, will you, if we suddenly bought all of these, because I'm pretty sure they were out of stock at one point. I'm sure of it, unless I was looking at the price and thinking they get when they run out. So 2 questions I got for you: when you run out, is that it? And is that price because that's the price you sell them at, or is it like a promotion or something like that? And why did you put the price up a penny? I'm sure it was $3.99 before. I'm absolutely positive it was $3.99. I might be wrong. Now that's melted, that's quite a nice milkshake, but it's yeah, it's more of a sundae than a milkshake.
Yeah, sometimes they can be though, can't they?
Yeah, well, they gave me neither a straw nor a spoon, but I just went straight for the spoon with it.
Well, I'm not surprised you had like brownies in it.
Well, I think there was probably a whole brownie in the whole lot. It was just a little bit sitting on the top. I think the rest of the brownie was buried inside.
Yeah.
I think some of the brownie got smashed as I was putting the spoon in, because I was getting a lot of biscuit crumbs in there. Right. No more after stock gone. We got them at a good price. Right. So fair enough then. So guys, get that Crystal Creations wolf. You know what? Actually, I'm quite tempted to pick a couple more up myself as gifts. Well, I think they'd be brilliant for gifts.
Yeah, they could be, especially if you know people.
Probably is now. When Teresa and Natasha gets a Christmas present off me, they're going to know exactly where I got it from and how much I paid for it. Happy Christmas, Teresa. Thanks for all your help over the last year. Lots of love, Penny. Creations Wolf. No, I think it's quite... See, they're the sort... Do you know what, actually, right? You know, people trying to teach me to be prepared. They're the sort of things you could have 2 or 3 on, stick them somewhere, and then someone comes around... We do know it's so-and-so's birthday today, don't you? Oh, shit, I forgot.
Oh, shit, forgot.
Yeah. No, I'm rather tempted. If I put an order in for something, I might stick a couple of those on, and then sod the lot of you. I'm having them. I wouldn't do another one, but then that's me. I don't like to do the same project more than once. And I am still thinking about getting that wolf that you had. But actually, now I want that leopard.
Mike keeps saying it's out of stock.
Yeah, I know he does. That's all right. I'll make him put it in stock. But I'm also tempted by that leopard because
Which one?
that
other wolf background with the oranges in it.
Yeah, because I've seen it. I've seen it done because you've done it.
I haven't done the one with the load of orange in the background. I've done the other leopard.
You've got it in a frame on the wall.
Yeah, I've got the other type.
Tiger, right? Someone's just said
it's the leopard, but yours is the one I'm thinking that you're wanting is the one with the reflection. I'm sure it's the one with the reflection.
The one you have on the wall.
The one I've got on the wall, I can soon show you. I'll take you in there.
Yeah, please do. Facebook. My computer's gone dead, but I can't. I've got that many tabs open. I can't find the one for Facebook.
That's the one I've got.
Yeah, that's the one I want. Yeah, I absolutely love that, and it's a completely different.
But even there you go. I'm out the light.
Oh, that's not fair. But do you guys want a spoiler?
There you go.
Yeah, I love that, and it's not my subject matter, but yeah, I really want to do it.
It's the eyeballs for me.
It's just, I suppose, the picture speaks to me as well as the actual.
Yeah.
It's just, just sitting there minding my own business. I'm going to kill you in a minute.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you a spoiler. If you don't want to see what this wolf looks like, look away now. So I just got a message saying too late, she's already tested the stock. So how long did that take you to do then?
Mine only took me a couple of days.
Yeah, with Teresa, it probably took her 6 months because she's that busy, isn't she? But yeah, regarding the leopard, I really enjoyed doing mine a few months back. Yeah, I'm also thinking about, don't get me wrong, I love the customs, but because I'm having my customs quite big, I'm thinking maybe do a pre-made kit and then a custom, then a kit, then a custom. Oh, you're doing that thing again. She's giving me links. Yeah, there it is. And the price, I can't work out the price, it's £16.50. That just seems not a lot of money. But then I'm out of touch with prices anyway. But I think £16.50 for what you've got on your wall, that's too cheap, isn't it? I mean, when you get a good one. So look who we've got. It's Haribo TV. Hello,
Haribo, hiya.
Haribo, with comments like that, you are welcome anytime. Teresa, I think it was a few weeks only being able to do a little each night. Yeah. So, I mean, looking at that, I think I could probably knock that out in a stream if people aren't commenting too much. Natasha, what size is your leopard? Didn't you say it was a smaller
40
one?
by 50, I think.
Oh, 40 by 50, £16.50. That's 40 by 50 is... Don't know.
The only reason I know that is because I think Teresa done the smaller size.
It's roughly that big.
Yeah, about that big.
That's a lot of diamond painting for £16.50, isn't it?
Yeah,
40, I don't know. That
40 by 50.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. That might be expensive. There might be companies out there that can do a 50 by 40 for cheaper. But then again, you know, we talk a lot about quality on. I think most of us will pay a little bit more if we get a good quality, but for the quality that I know I get from Smith's beads, I think that's cheap. It's a ridiculous price. But then again, you know, if you charge what it's worth, you could price a lot of people out of the hobby, couldn't you? So, right, Smith's Beads. Hi, Haribo. Hi, Smith's Beads. Hi, Haribo. Hi, Chris Davis World. How's you, Haribo? Good, and you? Yes, I've done the 40 by 30. So would you recommend I mean, I know you're out of stock on the 40 by 30, but would you recommend the 40 by 30?
Either looks fine, because I think I've seen
Yeah.
Teresa's.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of detail in there. Natasha's Birds would say cheap, cheap. Oh, I see what you did there. Yeah. So yeah, I just think that's great, and it's just, you can caption that, can't you? You can almost feel what the leopard's thinking, and it's funny. I was sitting there thinking the other day. I'm part of my route. It goes past the cow's field, and it's interesting because I go past twice every hour, once in that direction, once in that direction. And every time I go, they'll be sitting there in the field. And then when I come back the next time, they're over the other side of the field, and then they're somewhere else. And I'm just thinking, is that all they do all day? Just sit in the field? That must be a boring existence. But then again, that's all they know. And like the highlight of the day is, oh, look, here comes a farmer with a bag of food. And, but there's that leopard. He's just, all he does all day is just eat and have sex and sleep. But he's just chilling out, enjoying life. So
it was an enjoyable picture.
Yeah.
I did enjoy doing that one.
And
I did it a couple of years ago, I think.
I'm looking at the edges, you know, the boring bits.
I didn't find that too hard.
No, it don't look too bad. And then
I didn't find it like really daunting.
No, we see that if you look at the top right, there's not a lot of corner, but it's got a bit of texture to it. This side has got quite a lot of corner, but it's textured in different colours. This bit, there's hardly anything. His foot's going to start coming in really quickly. But look at this bottom right. There's a lot going on. That's not really corner. That's subject matter, isn't it? So I like that. I think that is.
I absolutely enjoyed it. That's all I can say. I enjoyed doing that one because it was seeing the outcome of it.
I think I'm going to have to join the club of people who have done it, because you've done it and Teresa's done it.
Yeah.
No one's saying anything bad about it. And I think at $16.50 plus postage, that's going to be a good little investment. And then if I get those two crystal creations, it's not going to affect the postage cost too much. Because when people charge postage as extra, you want to get 2 or 3 items. Yeah. Whereas if you're charging postage free, you want to get 1 item and 1 item and 1 item and make them use that postage.
Yeah.
So, Smith Speed says, I've not done it. Okay, I thought you hadn't done it.
I thought she's done one of them.
Chris Davis says, sub. Yeah, have a look at Haribo's videos. I like his videos. I always say that, you know, some people make fantastic quality videos, some people not so good. It's when it comes from there, you know. There's that other diamond painter that I've seen. She's got about 100 subs, but she's got a lot of passion in what she does, although she does moan when her subs drop.
Teresa has done it. Yeah, I thought Teresa's done it.
Oh, free postage at over 40 quid at the moment. There you go.
Ah, cool. I'm going to go raiding that site then.
Yeah. Penny, do you have a Facebook page? Yes, I do. I am. Oh, hang on. Mike's sending me more messages. I do check them quick because sometimes he tells me off. Yeah. So we've seen one. There's Teresa's. That's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah. And there's not much difference in the sizes, to be honest.
Yeah. I'll answer that in a sec, Haribo. Otherwise, I'm just jumping subjects too much. Right. So my Facebook, if anybody wants to add me, I've recently changed my Facebook for the reason that when I got my new phone, I couldn't log into my account, and it's insistent on sending a password to an email that I have no access to. So my Facebook page is Penelope Blake, and there is my profile picture. There is Penny Blake out there with the same profile picture, because coincidentally that was me as well. And I can access it on my old phone. But that is, I don't know why I picked the name Penelope Blake. But I used to be able to, because that other Facebook account was, I'm really sad about losing that, because you could access me by going to Lady Phoenix UK. Now I'm one big long number. My URL is 100084978434528 or something like that. Which is,
you can change that in your profile settings, I think.
It's just far easier for me to say, look up Penelope Blake and then look for the McGill's depot with the Flixbus parked out. Trouble is, it sends the passwords and things, recovery details are all on an old email that I don't have access to. I haven't had access to that for about 10 years. Right, so Haribo says, I want to do some Airfix kits next time, maybe a B17. May I recommend the Airfix Spitfire starter kit? It's not a very big kit. It's quite simple. If you want to put a little bit extra work into it, you can, but it comes out okay if you do it as per the instructions. And if you want any assistance, I'm quite happy to help you. This is I'm showing off now. This is my still unfinished. This is my first model back for about 30 years. I'm going to nick the full screen off here. This is my latest project, which I haven't weathered up yet. But that is using an airbrush, and it's got all the weathered panels and things on it. The decals were hard work, but I'm rather pleased with that. And it's going to look even better once I do all the, I'm going to dirty it all up and make it look like it's old. So, but the cockpit, I'm quite happy with the cockpit. I did force some extra details in there, a little bit of dry brushing and that. But yeah, so I love doing them. But if you've not done kits before, I'll show you the F14 I'm working on as well. I'm a little bit more happy with the weathering on this one, because obviously it would have all been painted one color, but as it sits on the deck of the aircraft carrier, the sun's going to get to it. But I'm quite pleased with the cockpit. That came out okay. And there's a little bit of weathering going on the seats, because obviously everything doesn't start sort of, come on, focus. Can we have a focus, please? Yeah, so I'm rather pleased with the weathering on that. A little bit of light weathering. But I wouldn't recommend this as a first kit. It was a very good kit, and it's a quite easy kit to do. Tamiya kits, they pretty much build themselves. They all fit together quite well. The Tagliari kits, you might have to do a lot of modification, but I don't know how experienced you are with model kits, but if you do something simple like the Airfix starter kits, they're good kits to do. You get the paints with them, you get a little brush. You won't get an amazing result just using the paintbrush and the paints, but you'll get a good result. Oh, in that case, if you've already done it before, I know that Vulcan isn't an easy one to do. What scale was the Vulcan? Because they've just brought a new one out, 1:72 scale, and it's big, and it's quite an impressive model. I'm quite tempted to do that, but I model in 1:48 scale, and I'm looking at trying to do some ships as well, just to see. It's a bit of a challenge. I'm a funny one. I like to push myself outside my comfort zone, but then I sit there and cry and go, well, I don't know if I can do this.
Yeah, I think everyone does that.
Yeah, probably.
It's a normal thing.
Yeah. I know. What I'll do is I'll do a huge, massive Bismarck. And then, because I just fancy the challenge, and it might not work, but I'll give it a go. And then I'll go, oh my God. So, yeah. But now I am doing, maybe we should do some stuff together, because you say about the B17. I'm going to show you something, if I can find it. This is my big project I want to do. Oh, but it's a little bit tiny kit bash. I'm taking the outside of this. This is 1:48 scale. No, hang on, have I got that right? Yes, I'm taking the outside of this, and I'm taking the insides of this, and I'm going to combine them. And I'm taking this decal sheet, which I've purchased, and I'm going to make, sorry, I got that wrong. I'm taking the outside of this and then the insides of this, and I'm going to make this. Now, again, this is one of my pushing my envelope a little bit and then crying because I think it might be a big job. Is that you rumbling?
Yep, you know my stomach.
So what I want to do, I don't just want to do a B-17. I want to do an assembly ship. Now, what an assembly ship is, obviously during World War II, when they did the bombing runs, this is one of those things you don't realise, but when you think about it, it's obvious. You had hundreds and hundreds of bombers all taken off, flying over in formation, dropping their bombs, coming back. But obviously, to get them into formation needs a little bit of help. So what you did is you had an old aircraft that's coming to the end of its life. No good for the bombing runs, but still works. So what you do is you paint them up in weird and wonderful colours so that everyone can see them easily, and they will all line up on this aircraft. So you see this aircraft, so I know I've got to go there, and someone else will go there, and so on. And then once they're all out in formation, this assembly ship then goes back and lands. It doesn't go on the bombing run. It just wouldn't survive. It's like using my little 16-year-old car in a race. It just wouldn't work. And but they're also called Judas goats, which I think was a brilliant name. So the reason it's called a job, so you know the word Judas. years ago, goat farmers, when they used to take their goats to slaughter, they used to have one goat which they would use to lead the herd. All the goats would follow this goat. Then they'd send all the other goats to the slaughter, and this goat would come back with the farmer. So it was like he's leading his own kind to a slaughter, and that's why the assembly ships were called Judas goats. So I downloaded this book, and it's all about assembly ships, and it's got loads of different assembly ships on them, and some of them are weird and wacky, and some of them are quite ordinary. But there's my one. There's a better picture of it. So that one's called the Spotted Cow, and it's a really interesting subject. Like, there's some liberators, but they're all nice and brightly coloured. And I've also found, I've done some research, and I found that actual aircraft, and I've got his entire bombing history or sortie mission history, including one where they lost most of the crew, and I think it was like the pilot managed to get back. And I followed a crew. There was a crew that were in that aircraft, and then they switched aircraft. I think it was one of the newer ones, and they had a couple of missions in on the new aircraft, and they lost the whole crew, and it was quite sad. And when you start following the missions for one particular crew, you start to get a little bit closer to that crew, and it's a little bit sad when they don't come back. And it's all very well when you're watching films like Memphis Belle or Top Gun, and against all the odds, they all come home. But
yeah,
when you start looking at the other side, or you start looking at the crews that didn't make it back, it's different. Norfolk had a lot of liberators. There were an awful lot of air bases in Norfolk, because obviously that was the closest to Europe, and it was mostly liberators, which was quite an amazing aircraft. I believe it had a payload not far off the B-17. And here's something that'll surprise you. So this little Sky Raider, a little single seat prop, it is a fighter bomber. It actually had a payload better than the B-17s. That surprised you, wouldn't it?
No idea.
Yeah. So it's an aircraft that's got, well, I did open up one of these boxes. Right. So there is one wing from the B-17.
Oh.
That's one wing. Right. This is my Sky Raider, which is just slightly longer than one wing from the B-17, and this had a greater payload than the B-17, and this was a single pilot, and this had a crew of 6, was it? 6 or 7? But yeah, look, there's one wing. Can't see it too well because it's blue, green even. There's one of the wheels. So, but yeah, they had all sorts at Norfolk. They even had Spitfire bases and Hurricane bases, which everyone forgets. Have you ever seen a zebra print, a P-51? I've seen the P-51. That's the Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt 2, Thunderbolt. I can't remember. I forget my. Oh, P-51. That's Mustang, isn't it? 51. Let's look it up. Yeah, it's the Mustang. Yeah, they had Mustang bases at. I forget where they were based now. not too far from Norwich, actually. Norfolk. There we go. Rackheath. They had him at Rackheath. There was actually a crash there. So Rackheath is just up the corner. It's about, how far is Rackheath from Norwich? You're coming from Norwich Airport out that side. It's only a few miles up the road. It's about half an hour on the bus. So, yeah. But I was, because they've got a few models, they used to have a few models in the library. And I thought about doing some liberators and then sending them to the, because they've got is it the 8th Air Force Memorial Museum? So I must, I've got to go to Norwich one day. I've got to go there again. Pop into the library. So, right. My granddad was based at Colchester after the war. They had yes. My stepfather was based there when they had the Jaguars. Nearly got to go up in one, but not quite. So instead, I went up in one of the helicopters and one of the chipmunks because they had cadets there as well. But I had a funny incident there. The last time my stepdad took me to work, because I was an air cadet, and I sometimes used to have a day off, and then I'd go to work with him, and I'd go in my cadet uniform, because he worked in the control tower. The rule in the control tower is a cup of tea every hour on the hour. Right? Nice simple rule. I think most people can get on with that. And he told me to go and make the coffee or make the teas and coffees. And the CO came in. My stepdad was a corporal. I was a sergeant in the cadets. But I actually I didn't realise this. A sergeant in the cadets does actually outrank a corporal in the regular Air Force. And the CO told my stepdad off. So why are you not making the coffees? Why are you ordering someone superior to you to go and make the coffees? And that was the last time he took me to work. Haribo says we could talk about aircraft all day, but Natasha looks lost.
No, my stepfather used to be in the RAF, so
yeah,
but yeah. I don't know all the ins and
outs.
Is
that how you ended up all over the place? Yeah, that makes sense. I'll tell you what, Haribo, me and you are going to have a hobby session together. I think that'll be fun, and I think you're a lot better than I think you are. No, that didn't make sense.
That don't make sense.
That didn't make sense, but no, I think you're better than appears. But I just wish I had the skills. Obviously, there's no internet when I was a kid, and I did all. I mean, I love US Navy aircraft, and I built and painted a lot of aircraft, but I only ever used a brush. And what seems absolutely ridiculous now, I had trouble painting white, and if you paint white straight from the pot, it goes quite chalky. And the way round that is to thin your paint. It's as simple as that. And now but I do cheat. I use an airbrush, but when I paint white, I tend to use primer for the white rather than using a white, because it has better coverage. If you paint, you don't do this, but if you painted white over black, you need about 15 layers of paint, because it just doesn't cover very well, and the colour underneath shows through, and you're putting about 15 coats of paint on. And if you have to paint white over black, you paint a dark grey, then you paint a medium grey, then a light grey, and then you apply the white over that. Cold War aircraft. So we've got a lot of common interest there then. So you will be quite familiar with this then. because this was in Vietnam. This particular aircraft shot down a MiG jet. It's I did look up the pilot, but it's got a little decal on the. You see it just at the front next to the black line. Yeah. You see it's got his confirmed kills. There's about 19 kills, I think there is there. 1, 5, 10. No, it's 20 confirmed kills. But if you look just in front, there's a little picture of a jet.
Yeah.
And it was amazing because this is obviously a prop aircraft that shot down a jet. And the guy got a medal for that. It was nothing amazing. It was something like a MiG-17 or something. It was a North Vietnamese MiG. And it shot it down, and it was quite a big story. But yeah, that's so obviously you had US Air Force Vietnam camouflage, but US Navy, they didn't have separate, but they had color codes. So you'll get throughout the years, you'll get different shades of gray, and then you'll get some with a white bottom and some with it, and some will be gray all over. And then that's the high vis decorations. But then as time goes on, the insignia tends to be more gray rather than colourful. But another one I'm going to be working on. There's quite a few US Navy aircraft I've got, but I'm going to be working on the Hawkeye and the Greyhound. I don't really want to pull it out because the way everything's stacked in there, I don't think I'll get it back in. And then I've got a couple of oddballs. This one is quite a nice one. This is the Motorhead brought out an album called Bomber, and for the artwork they actually picked up the Airfix Heinkel HE111, painted it black, painted some decals on, and then Airfix have released the aircraft of the aircraft to celebrate the 40th anniversary of the album. This is you won't buy this new now, but it needs a lot of modification to it, but it's a good little kit by all accounts. What's this one I've got? Oh, this is a Spitfire that I've got some conversion kit bits on this. So this is a Spitfire that I'm converting to look the same as my part work. So rather than it being a 1:48 scale of the Spitfire, it's actually going to be a 1:4 scale of the part work. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
So I've got all the decals for it. I've got a little detail kit for the dash. I've got seat belts for it, wheels. I've even got, that looks like it's broken off. No, that hasn't broken off. I can't remember what they are. Mirrors. Little tiny 1:48 scale rear view mirrors. I think I might have just pushed that detailing kit a little bit too far. But as Dominic says, white is not easy to airbrush. That's why I cheat, and I tend, because I'm going to do muck effects, put oils on them and make them look dirty. It doesn't really matter about the white, and finishes all. That's why I use white primer. But if I wanted a nice beautiful white finish, I would use a nice beautiful white paint. But then even then, I would probably use a white primer and then put the paint over the top. It's only when you're doing glosses it's a bit different. But this is, I haven't got that far yet, but that's the white underneath. And because US Navy aircraft are great because they're so filthy. So obviously they're in the sea all the time and they're getting sea damage and all sorts. I'm also going to be doing a Tomcat, not a Tomcat, a Tornado, but I'm doing the Gulf War version. And that's going to be a bit of an experiment because the research I've done is that they didn't strip the paint. Obviously, they had the RAF colours, and then they put the desert colours on, but they don't strip the paint. They paint over the top of the camouflage colours. And then, because they're flying around in the desert, obviously sand is an abrasive, so it really does weather that really quickly. So what I'm going to be doing on that is I'm going to be painting the Tornado in proper RAF colours. Then I'm going to be putting the pink, well, the brown, it's actually a brown. I'm going to put the desert camo on the top of that and then weather it up. But where I'm going to put it on slightly unevenly, the camouflage is going to just very slightly show through in places. And then I'll put all the dirt in over the top. And hopefully, touch wood, it's going to look pretty good. But then at the rate I'm making aircraft, it's probably going to be about 10 years before I do them. Well, that B-17 is a bit of a cheat, really, because it's all white. Apart from the two cannons, the guns, they didn't actually take the guns out, and they didn't even repaint over them. So the top gun is green and the bottom gun is silver, or is it the other way around? I can't remember. One's silver, one's green, and the rest of the aircraft is white. And then I'm just not sure whether I'm going to actually use the decals for the dots. You see that I've got, I'll show you the decal sheet with all the dots. So that's decal sheet number 1. So you see how many blue dots there are on there?
A lot of blue dots.
That's decal sheet number 2.
Loads more blue dots.
And that's decal sheet number 3.
Oh, you're going fun with all them dots. Yeah. You're going to be sleeping on dots.
Yeah. Now, what I've been told is that the blue dots are actually the same colour as that. So I might just make a little mask and I might just airbrush them on. I think that will be a lot quicker. And again, if I quickly airbrush them rather than carefully airbrush, I'm going to get the colours just ever so slightly uneven, which just adds to the weathering effect. Yeah. Right, so my belly and my bowels are telling me it's time to finish the stream. It is 4.5 hours. We've done rather well. Yeah. Given that I've not really done anything much, I think we got a lot of stream out of that, didn't we?
Definitely.
Although I'm now wondering about wood glue. I think I've just bought off Amazon 5 litres of PVA and then discovered that the where is it? Thinking PVA glue is for the price is probably the best thing, but that's, I'm deliberately showing you side on. That's sealed with PVA glue. That's sealed with wood glue. So I'm just thinking wood glue, but I'm not going to use Gorilla wood glue. So so I might nip down B&Q at some point next week and pick up some of their wood glue, just a little bit, dilute it down a little bit with water, and then try and so I'm going to be fishing in my bin for that diamond paint that I threw away yesterday. So right, okay. So anything else you need to add that you want to do?
Not that I can think of.
Brilliant. Okay, then, right. So I'm going to end the stream, guys. Thank you very much for watching. Nice little bit of revelation I found out about Haribo doing aircraft. So, yeah, I think me and you are going to have a little hobby session at some point, either on your stream or mine. I don't mind. So right, my next stream I'm planning on Wednesday because I'm working Monday, Tuesday. So I'll be home Wednesday morning. Let me see if I got that right. Night shift Monday, get there Tuesday, go out again Tuesday night. Yes, I'll be home Wednesday morning, get some sleep, do a stream round about 6 o'clock.
Yeah, that sounds
and then back to work Thursday, Friday, be home Saturday. As it stands, I can probably do a stream Saturday, Sunday, but I'm pretty sure my manager, when he finds out I'm only on a 4-day week next week, will probably go, we'll soon change that. So I'm going to say 2 streams out of the 3 days next week. Probably not the Wednesday, probably the Wednesday, and then either Saturday or Sunday. And then the week after, I'm off all week. So shall we say I'll do 5 streams out of the whole week? If I commit to every single day and something crops up, I'm going to disappoint. But if I say let's do 5 days, including Saturday, Sunday, and I'll have a couple of days off from streaming during the week. I desperately need a haircut. I was going to have a haircut Saturday morning.
The only day I can't do is usually Tuesday.
Right, okay, let's say the week after next I won't be doing Tuesday, and maybe I won't do Thursday. How's that sound? And then if I decide to do a stream on Tuesday or Thursday, then that's a little bit of a bonus. But obviously I can do a stream without you, but the show's much better with you.
Well, normally on a Tuesday I'm out all day till about 4 or 5 o'clock-ish. So.
Oh, I'm talking about, well, it depends what I'm working week after next, actually.
So all fairies.
Yeah. Oh, well, fair enough. Right. So I'm going to finish the stream and I'm going to let Natasha close because everybody I know can finish a stream better than I can.
I don't know why.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just better at starting because I just go, hello!
And everyone's better at finishing.
Yeah, but then if I go, right, bye, guys. See, no reaction. But if I go, hello! see, I'm obviously better at starting than finishing. Right. Okay, then. So I'm going to let Natasha close the show because she does it so beautifully.
Thank you.
And then I will see you guys on Wednesday.
Yep, see you Wednesday. Thank you once again for joining. I hope you enjoyed the show and hope to see you on the next one. In the meantime, happy crafting and stay safe.